Turn on the lecture. Okay. All right, so here we go. I'd like to call the joint meeting with the Camarillo City Council and the Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District to order, please. Ms. Madeline, would you like to call roll, please?
Councilmember Craven.
Here.
Councilmember Santangelo.
Here.
Councilmember Molche.
Present.
Vice Mayor Tremblay.
Here.
Mayor Kildee.
Here. All right.
I would like to call the Pleasant Valley Recreation Park District meeting to order.
Director Malloy.
Here.
Director Mishler.
Here.
Director Dixon.
Here.
Director Magner. Here. Chairman Kelly.
Here.
All right, so with that, the Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. Dixon, would you please lead us in the flag salute, please?
Hand over hearts, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Tonight we will be discussing the Senior and Community Recreation Facility Final Design Plan item.
Okay. All right, with that, give everybody just a little bit of background. So Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District has partnered with the City of Camarillo to request assistance in visioning and preparation of the final design concepts, cost estimations for a senior and community recreation.
You might have to talk into that microphone a little more. They're not, yeah.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Okay. Do I need to repeat that? We're good? All right. The district and city jointly approved Plan 2 as a conceptually designed by Greenplay in 2018. However, both boards agreed that further cost estimation, design refinements of the approximately 31,000 square feet active and passive recreation facility was necessary. So the district approved the architectural firm of LPA to conduct further cost and design refinement studies for the senior and community recreation facility project. These studies have been completed and reviewed by the district city liaison committee, which the district has chosen 2 design alternatives for the joint consideration of the district and for the district and the city. As part of the community engagement process, LPA held 2 community workshops. As part of the community workshops, the architect gave an overview of the project, as well as the list of spaces or program spaces which were included in the needs assessment. And you'll see some of those tonight, but some of the program space blocks were a large fitness room, large multi-purpose space, medium activity space, gymnasium, and lobby. As part of the scope, each of these 4 concepts included preliminary site plans, renderings, cost estimation, as well as operation and maintenance cost. The liaison committee requested the board narrow the selection from 4 designs to 2, and 1 design considered to be a standalone facility while the other integrated into the existing structure. With that, I'm going to introduce Jeremy Hart with LPA, who will walk you through the various designs, the process, and then get us to the final 2 designs for this evening.
Council members, board members, thank you for having me here tonight. As Mary has alluded to, tonight is a culmination of a process that started for us back in April. So we started the process by taking the information that was provided to us in the needs assessment that identified the program spaces required for the new community center. And from building upon that program, we embarked on a series of outreach meetings with the community so that we could get the community's feedback on the form, shape, and scope of these projects. What you see on the screen right now is a list of all the meetings that we've had building up to tonight, where we are going to present you with some refined design studies, planning studies for the options. We've got 2 options for you to consider tonight. We'll run through the cost estimate of those options, and then ultimately the operation and maintenance analysis that'll help us inform the overall operating costs, short-term and long-term, for each of these options. So I thought we'd start by a recap of what we learned from the community as we embarked on this community outreach process. So in the first workshop, we talked a lot with the community about the form, the shape, the scope, the types of spaces we wanted to have, and we really had some takeaways from that first workshop. The big ideas were areas specifically dedicated to seniors, looking at we were asked to look at other senior centers and the programs that they'd offered. How do we needed to design this as a facility that was financeable, buildable, and sustainable for the long term. And then the last one was thinking about a reasonable operational budget, having that healthy balance between revenue and service. We then proceeded to show a series of images to the community, and we wanted to get their feedback on the different types of spaces. So at the drop-off area, there was requests for more seating, more benches. It needed to be safe. We wanted to provide shade. At an arrival plaza, it wanted to be something that was well lit, that provided the community an opportunity to have social gatherings outside as well as inside the building. Outdoor recreations, this came up time and time again, ideas on having public art, where there are opportunities to have art for the public. Things that program requests on the exterior of the building. Is there places, we had a space that we identified as Yoga Plaza, and really the big takeaway from the community was it needed to be multifunctional. Everything that we did wanted to be able to serve multiple purposes. If it was a yoga plaza during the day, could you have as a performance plaza at night? How could we get the most bang for our buck? Thinking about the entry lobby, the idea of natural light, making it very bright and open. Again, this idea of art. Was there a way to display the art that the seniors create? The community room, we know that the bingo room is a big draw. We needed to make it bigger. We need more screens. We need more space. This whole idea on the multi-purpose rooms, is there a way to take the walls and turn them into operable partitions so that we can open up and effectively double the size of the space? So not only you have the interior space, but the adjacent exterior space that you can start to increase the size of that program area. We heard this time and time again on all the spaces. We need more space. We need more storage. Those were some of the big ideas. And then lastly, as we looked outside, this whole notion of areas where you could have shade on the exterior of the building, where there are opportunities to bring in food truck. Currently, we have a nice barbecue area. Doesn't get a lot of use, but could we turn that into something that we could bring in vendors to support and supply food needs? So after we did that sort of what we call a visual listening exercise, where we show a bunch of images and we want to hear what the community thinks, we then broke the room up. I think we had about 80 members from the community. We broke up into groups of 8 to 10. And we laid out, we gave everybody an aerial photograph of the site and then some program spaces. They had the gymnasium, they had activity rooms, public lobbies, multi-purpose spaces. We wanted to see what was important to the community, as how would they lay the space out? What did they think was sacred? What did they think could be sacrificed? And so as we started to break down all the different options that the community prepared, we really started to see trends. We saw one that we called, our one theme was infilling the east space in between the existing facility and the adjacent parking lot. And so how could we start to position and take advantage of that program space? You know, what would the flow look like? Where would the program spaces go? We saw another theme around preservation. There was spaces that were very sacred to us, the idea of the park space being sacred. We wanted to take the existing hardscape and infill it so that we can protect the existing facilities and the existing open space around the park. And then this notion of expansion. The groups that were bold enough to expand, they looked at expanding, I'll call it to the northeast, adjacent to the parking lot, out away from the auditorium. And so we took these themes from the community, we brought them back, and we developed 4 distinct options that we then reviewed in a second workshop, where we brought forward this refinement of these plan options, building upon the themes from the community. And in that second workshop, we presented options A, B, C, and D. So options A and B were very similar in that they took the existing facilities and joined them together with the new program, effectively creating one larger facility. And as you can see some of the configurations, we even had, as we put these plans up, we had the public comment on what they thought. And so the Post-it notes is the actual feedback we received from the community on what they thought of this layout, what the pros were, what the cons were, what they liked and didn't like. And we did this for each of the 4 options. Option B was very similar to option A, but it created an internal courtyard inside the space. So effectively creating some outdoor space in the sort of the deepest chunk so we could start to bring some natural daylight and really augment the existing amphitheater with some exterior space adjacent to it there. And again, we received the most feedback from the community on this option, option B. Option C was different from options A and B in that it created a new standalone facility rather than combining the 3 existing buildings into one facility with the expansion. So now we have 4 standalone structures. In option C, we've infilled the park space around the back of the building, effectively cutting off access from the rear of the auditorium, something that doesn't get used very much today, but still a consideration. And then finally, option D, rather than turning the gym around the auditorium, we extended the gym further back. So we, again, taking the feedback from the community, working with the liaison committee and the board, we have narrowed that down to 2 options that I'm going to go into a little bit more detail with you tonight. So these are the recommendations for for both boards, the board and the council, to consider tonight. Option B is our first option, and I apologize, some of the text on the numbers is a little hard to read. That's 110 feet. As we look at how we site the building, the light gray is the existing buildings, the dark gray is the new building. Our new building gets 110 feet from the property line there, and I think that says 220 feet to the closest residential home in that area. And you can see we've overlaid a soccer field kind of in that open space to give you a sense of scale. How far does that actually mean? You could fit a full soccer field in between the new structure and the fence line there. Looking at how we arrive and access the site, orienting everybody, there's Carmen and Burnley. The yellow arrows represent each of the entry points into the parking lot. And in this combined facility, we've got one green arrow. That's our primary entry. Everybody coming and going from the facility would be accessing the facility through that one central primary access point. And that through that access
Can I ask you a question? What was the new and what is the old? Again, could you go over that with me? The dark gray you said was the
dark gray is the new.
The new, oh,
the
got it.
expansion. The light gray are the 3 existing
Thank you.
buildings. So everybody accessing through the primary main entry, and at that main entry you'd have access to your customer service representatives. If you wanted to come sign up for a class, pay a fee, it would all happen right off that main lobby. So here as we go into a little bit more detail on the plans, again, the light gray is our existing program, the existing admin, the existing auditorium, the existing senior center in gray. We've got a new lobby that combines those three buildings together, an activity room right off the lobby, new restrooms, a new bank of restrooms and locker rooms right adjacent off that lobby, large activity meeting room, large multi-purpose room. We've tried to put the activity rooms immediately adjacent to the senior center. Again, that whole notion of can we make program spaces do more? So can we expand the senior programs during the day but still have those activity rooms be available to the public on the nights and the weekends or for the non-senior activities? And then that large multi-purpose room and the auditorium both being able to take advantage of that exterior courtyard space, and then at the very back, the two-court gymnasium at the end of the facility. We took these plans and then started to think about what might this space start to look like. And these are really just to give you a sense of the scale and the feel of the facility. Excuse me. So a close-up of what that entry might look like, again, bringing in that whole notion. It's large enough that you could provide some seating outside. We're providing shade, so if you're waiting to be picked up or dropped off, there is protection from the sun. One of our activity room, medium-sized activity room, adjacent immediately off that lobby space there. And then as we come around the corner, you're seeing the senior center, the existing senior center in the foreground, and then the expansion of the facility beyond. Again, still looking at ways of bringing lots of windows, lots of natural daylight into the facility. And then a view looking back at the gymnasium from the back corner of the property. And then an aerial where you start to see the massing of those facilities. Again, you'll see we've tied all the buildings into one new larger building. So this is option B. The next option was option D. Same as before, the gray are the existing, the light gray are the existing, the dark gray are the new proposed. We've overlaid that soccer field so you can get a sense of scale at that back corner. Here we're 76 or 78 feet from the property line, and then still about 220 feet to that nearest residential building in that corner. Looking at just how we arrive on the site, again, Carmen and Burnley, the yellow represents our 3 vehicular access points. The green represents our new primary entry, so we're creating a new lobby in this corner here. But then with the green arrows, the blue arrows represent all those secondary entries. Because we do have standalone buildings, we have to provide access into those buildings if you're going to open them up or shut them down at different times. So there's lots of different points of permeability within to the site and the structures. Diving a little bit deeper into the floor plans themselves, again, the existing senior center, auditorium, and admin. Our new lobby located here, kind of what I'll call the knuckle of the project, so that we can have sight lines for, if you park here, you have a sight line to the lobby. If you're coming from here, as you might traditionally come today, when you arrive in this courtyard, you still have sort of a view, a sight line into that existing lobby. And then the whole notion of how can we keep these multi-purpose and activity rooms close to the senior center. We're bringing those down there. Restrooms and locker areas, again, here adjacent to the gymnasium. But then this is a standalone structure, so this is exterior courtyard space in between the existing auditorium and the new facility. A close-up view of what that might start to look like. A little bit closer, so coming into the lobby wanting to be the glassiest, most transparent piece of the design, so that the people working in the lobby have sight lines on what's going on, people coming and going from the facility, people coming and going from the parking lot. We also want visitors to be able to see and know where that we've located it there. A view of what that might start to look like if you were coming around the corner. This is the senior center at the corner, so you're in that main courtyard between the senior center and the existing administration building. Again, that exterior courtyard space in between, wanting to make sure that we're drawing people into the new lobby space. And then a view from the back corner of the property looking back at the gymnasium. And then that aerial where you're seeing the new standalone facility adjacent to the 3 existing structures. Any questions on options B or D before we move into the cost estimates?
I have one question, if I could. As far as the security goes, is there any preference? Was that discussed at all about the security, whether option, I'll call them 1 or 2?
We did get into that a little bit, and I'll let Mary chime in this as well, because I know she was a part of those conversations. Having multiple structures, there's multiple access points. It's inherently less secure than having one central access point that everybody's funneling through. Not to say that there's not other doors that people could come and go. You know, we have to have egress, we have to have exits. Somebody could let somebody in through an exit, but funneling everybody through a primary entry is inherently more secure.
And I'd be happy to expand on that a little bit. So if you look at option B, from a safety and security standpoint, that is the most secure. However, one of the things is we've gone through this process, option D, and even when we had option C, option D, we've actually manipulated a little bit from the original design, and that was to take into account of where we put the lobby. So if you'll notice where the lobby's at with the new design, it is closer to the senior center down in that area. So when you have people coming in from the east or from the center, at least you have a light of, we'll try that again, line of sight. Thank you. So that helps with that. Before, when the lobby was all the way down at the other end, you didn't have that line. So that has actually helped and should help us as we progress.
Any other questions? Okay.
So now we'll move into our rough order magnitude ROM construction cost summary. And there's a lot of text and detail in here. I'll hit the highlights real quick, but happy to answer any detailed questions. So you'll see at the top there's 2 numbers. Option B, we'll call it $41.8 million, and option D, $34.3 million. Those numbers are really, they have a lot of, they have 3 different sub-numbers that build into that number. The first one is the direct cost, or what we sometimes is referred to as the hard cost. So on option D, the hard cost is roughly $30 million. That includes the construction dollars required to build the building, do any of the site work. On option B, it's also burdened with an additional number of approximately $1.4 million that's a seismic retrofit. So as we look to combine the 3 existing structures into one new structure with the expansion, we have to treat the structure and seismically upgrade the structure of the existing facilities to current seismic standards. So we are burdened with an additional $1.4 million into the cost of option B. The next number is the indirect, or sometimes referred to as the soft costs. And the soft costs are harder to calculate right now. We're taking a very conservative soft cost number of about 35%. It equates to about $10 million. That includes the fees that the architects and the engineer gets. That includes the overhead that any project manager that you bring on board, that sort of overhead. That includes cost estimating, geotechnical engineer. One number that's really kind of hard for us to quantify at this stage is the cost of permits, the cost of any city fees or county fees or transportation fees that might be calculated into this. And then the last number, roughly $1.3 million, is FF&E, the furniture, fixtures, and equipment. That's if we pick the building up and shake it upside down, anything that falls out, chairs, computers, that's what we call FF&E, the furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So anything that you need to put in the building after it's built. That's option B. Option D, $34.3 million, has a lower direct construction cost, in part because it's less square footage. You'll notice option B, by the time it's all said and done, is approximately 37,000 square feet versus the 30,000 square feet of option D. There's inherent inefficiencies in building a new standalone structure. When we combine everything into one building, we now have circulation space that's now interior space that's building into that number. Whereas on the option D, all that circulation space is exterior space. Exterior space is much cheaper to build than enclosed interior space. So option D is cheaper from a construction standpoint on the building. The site is approximately the same, and then we don't have to seismically retrofit the 3 existing buildings. So we save on that $1.4 million. Again, our indirect or soft cost is a percentage of our overall cost, so that number is cheaper as well because we have a cheaper construction budget. And then our FF&E cost is a little bit lower because it's less square footage to furnish.
Yeah, let me just ask a quick question here, just for clarification. Between the 2 different plans, even though they have different square footage, can you just explain the functionality part is essentially the same, correct?
That's correct.
I just want to make sure the public understands that. The additional square footage is not actually additional usable
Programmable space.
programmable space. The programmable space is it's the same in both designs.
It's identical in both designs.
Thank you.
Any questions on the costs? Any additional questions?
I got a few questions. When it comes to a square footage basis, option B comes out to $1,130 per square foot. Option D comes out to approximately $1,118 per square foot. How do you guys arrive at these numbers?
The hard costs are, we have an independent cost estimator that we work with quite frequently, but they know the market, they know the trends. We've also escalated the cost. It's not the cost of construction today. We're estimating the cost of construction in about a year and a half. So we estimate to, actually I think it's more like 2.5 years. We estimate to a midpoint of construction. And so as, you know, it's hard to estimate, you know, what's going to happen with tariffs, the price of steel, the price of concrete. And so our estimators are watching the market, watching trends. They factor those things in. They factor the market, the region that we're in. Our largest dollars, or the largest contributor to that comes from that direct construction cost. The other numbers, the FF&E, $35 a square foot, that's our internal experience that we're seeing as a trend over time for a community center. We think that that's a very safe and conservative number. I think it's also important to note that we have taken a very conservative look at these numbers because the last thing we want to do if this project moves forward is come back to you and say, you know what, we were off by 5% and we need 5% more. We've tried to be conservative. We would hope that through the design process these numbers might come down a little bit. But again, the biggest numbers coming from our estimators, then the FF&E, our internal, and then the direct cost, or the indirect costs are strictly a percentage of that.
Do you guys look at other projects in the region that are comparable to this, other recreation centers or senior centers, say in Southern California, as to kind of peg against?
We've looked at them on an operational and maintenance standpoint to set what we think target revenues could potentially be. But from a construction cost, deriving construction costs, there's nothing that's current enough to be relevant. It's more of our independent estimator watching trends and knowing what the market's doing and what these types of facilities cost, and then he's escalating those numbers over time.
For the option with the seismic retrofit, option B, you guys had the cost of $1.4 million. In the notes, it mentioned that doesn't account for any asbestos or lead abatement, which lead and asbestos has been found. It's known to be in some of those buildings, in certain parts. In doing the seismic retrofit, are we, the Park District, are we required to remove the asbestos and lead in the event we retrofit those buildings?
In the course of the seismic retrofit, if you were, I'm trying to think what a good example would be. If you have to access a beam, right, and the beam has, let's just say the ceiling tile has asbestos in it, and you have to remove the ceiling tile to access the beam, then you have to abate that. So it's what pieces you would touch, you would need to abate.
And I noticed in the seismic retrofit, you guys were only able to inspect what you could see visually because we didn't have structural plans or architectural plans. I'm not sure exactly what you call them, but structural plans for these buildings because they date back so far, we weren't able to find records for that. So otherwise, it's a visual inspection, right?
That's correct.
I mean, I'm in construction, so I know that when you open a wall or when you start getting busy, other things come up. Do you think that $1.4 million then is a rather conservative number?
We do. We've got a contingency built into that.
Okay.
So that's not the cost to do the work. That's the cost to do the work, plus I believe a 10 or 15% contingency on top of that for things that when you do open the wall, you don't see. And then we've got escalation built into that.
Okay.
Your Honor. Your Honor. Sorry to wake you up. Since asbestos came up, I think we need to make sure everybody understands, at least the liaison committee was told, that at the current time, there's no friable asbestos. Nothing there, as you saw it, was in such a state that it had to be removed. Is that correct? Isn't that what you told us?
At the time we met at the liaison committee,
Yes.
we didn't have the report, the phase one report. That came subsequent to that. And I apologize, I can't speak to the contents of that report.
Oh, okay, I guess I misunderstood.
Charlotte, you are right that the report mentions that the asbestos that is in that building and the lead is not disturbed.
Right.
And it's not, there's not a broken ceiling tile or whatnot, so thus there's no need to abate it at this moment. It doesn't necessarily pose a
Unless
health
it
risk.
is disturbed.
Unless it is
Yeah.
disturbed. When you disturb the contents of it, then you start creating a potential health risk. But in that it stays where it is undisturbed, then it's not being kicked up, it's not in the air, it's not being floated around.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I had one question. I wanted to go back really quick to when you had the drawings of the two options. One thing that I've noticed in other recreation centers and or senior centers, and something that I've noticed in going to our senior center, is that between activities, sometimes people will linger around there and they're waiting for one activity, they're finishing up one activity, they sit there, they wait for something else to begin. Sometimes they'll come rather early or they're still a little late, socialize. Outside of the activity rooms and or the gym, where can that be done? Where can these group of people either socialize or lounge or kind of wait from one activity to another? Because I don't see that here. Is there a suggestion or proposal for that, where that space may be?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. In option D, there's lots of space that can be developed on the exterior, that courtyard in between the auditorium and the new building. There's lots of space that we can develop for outdoor seating and social spaces there. In option A, the lobby, since it is connecting the three existing buildings plus the new building, that lobby is very oversized. That's part of the reason that option B is so much larger. And then we have that really nice covered entry out. So there is interior and exterior space in option B around that lobby that could be used for those purposes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay.
Any next questions on our side?
Yeah. Neil?
Yeah. Just covering just what you just said, Director Mishler earlier had asked you about the additional space between options B and D as being non-functional space, but you actually just described it as being functional space, as a place for people, maybe not programmable, but functional in terms of gathering and socializing, rather than being outside as an interior space for that to occur. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Kevin, I got one more question. Sorry, I'm going to be a man of any questions tonight. I'll tell you. The seismic retrofit, that is simply seismic retrofitting those existing buildings. There, in either of these two options, there is no proposal for either modernizing or renovating any of the existing buildings. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's not considered in these studies. We did do some estimates around that topic. We have those numbers in the overall estimate, but we didn't include that in this overall project.
And was there ever a serious consideration of leveling the existing senior center and then building upon that and out? And what that would do when it comes to cost estimates? In other words, instead of simply adding to, replacing?
Yeah, we did talk about it early on. We had, as a group, deemed it not a very attractive idea because we would be demoing 18,000 square feet. And then the new program called for 30,000 square feet. So would we be building 48,000 square feet, or would we be only building the 30 and giving up all those existing programs?
So losing that original 18,000 square feet.
And the auditorium and the senior center and those spaces would have to be replicated at a additional expense.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So this was deemed the more cost-effective approach.
Okay, thanks.
I have one more question. Yeah. As far as the cost per square footage, I remember years ago when we were talking about the old courthouse and we were thinking, well, maybe we could have some kind of a, playhouse move in there or some theater, and the cost per square footage was exorbitantly high because of all the technology and all the rules and regulations and whatnot that has to go into that, as, with hospitals too. So when you came up with this amount per square footage, is it totally based on the economy alone, or is it the type of construction that you have to do for a public entity?
It's all of that. I think it's both and more. It's the current economy. It's the type of construction. It's single-story construction. We anticipate it being, steel frame or CMU at this level of estimating. The cost is roughly the same. We also look at, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. So it's what the economy is doing, the type of construction, the type of space it is, all factor into that. It's not just one item informing that number.
Okay, and then just one quick follow-up is we already talk about, and I think we did talk a little bit about this, about, solar, and I believe we had that conversation the last time that we were up here. But the economies of scale as far as the maintenance of the building between the two proposals, is there any difference in the maintenance, overall maintenance of the facility vis-a-vis whichever option that we, that we select at some point?
So we will cover that in the next
I'm a little ahead of myself. Okay, very good.
Mr. Mayor, I have one
Anything else?
question.
Yeah,
One
sure.
question. Just a few moments ago, Mr. Mulchay gave us per square foot amount, which is different than what I see up there. Maybe you both.
The square footage amount you see on the screen is taken against hard construction numbers. I believe the square footage number quoted previously includes
The
hard
entire.
and soft and FF&E.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I?
Sorry, I'm going to have one or two more questions. So I'm looking at this project. Of course, I'm looking at other. This kind of goes back to my question about pegging this against other existing or currently developed senior centers and/or recreation centers. I honed in on two in our area. One being in Westlake and one being in Santa Clarita. Westlake was the Yarrow Family Community Center. And it's 60,000 square feet, includes 2 pools. I think it also includes the acquisition of land, which we don't have here, and they were able to do that for $65 million. And then in Santa Clarita, they had a 30,000 square foot recreation facility, and they claim they were able to do it under $12 million. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with either of those two facilities. Both were opened this year, so they're fairly recent. But I'm trying to figure out how ours differs from theirs, and why, at least for, let's say, Santa Clarita, because on a per square foot basis, we're pretty close. Why there'd be so much of a delta between those two?
That's a great question. I'm not aware of the Westlake project. I am vaguely aware of the Santa Clarita project. $12 million for 30,000 square feet. what does that work out to? I'd have, forgive me, can I do the math real quick on what that?
3,400 a square foot.
You're going to challenge me to do math now? On the fly? Yeah, got my calculator.
So that's $400 a square foot. Those are numbers we don't see. We did a library for the city of Santa Clarita, the new hall library, and that bid at the bottom of the recession when, our cost estimator was telling us it was an $18 million project, and it bid at $10 million. And that was for a 36,000 square foot library 10 years ago. I would question the 12 million. What's in that number? Is that shell and core, or does that include everything inside? Because we don't see $400 a square foot these days.
And then when it comes to commercial, I guess you put this in the category of commercial, right? Commercial construction and/or
or even beyond. I would put it in a different category because it's public bid, so it's prevailing wage.
Okay, true. How does this, and taking into consideration prevailing wage, I do custom cabinetry, and so we do a lot of private residences, sometimes very opulent and upscale residences from Santa Barbara down to Malibu and Santa Monica. We've done, palaces in North Ranch and Westlake for about $700 a square foot, including FFE, hard, soft, FFE, about a little more than north of $700 a square foot. And these things are, they're having the granite trucked in from Italy, and it's just, these houses are amazing. So I'm trying to, scale what I see, the industry I'm in, which is, I know, a little bit different. It's all private too, with this. And can you help me contrast those two? Outside of just the prevailing wage.
I can tell you what's in our number. So in the $812 a square foot, we've got the building and the site work, and so when you strip out the site work number, we're closer to $600, 600 and change on the dollars per square foot for the building itself. That's a very healthy budget that will get you something. Is there a way to do it cheaper? Perhaps. I don't know that we could ever get it down in the $400 a square foot range. We're building in, there's contingency, there's design contingency. If we go start digging, and the best story I can tell on that one is we were doing a project for JPL, and we go to start construction, and as they start with the backhoe, they hit creosote. And so contractor raises his hand and says to NASA, we hit, creosote right here. And they said, oh, we thought that was about 25 feet that way. We didn't think you'd hit it. So when you start digging in the ground, you don't know what you're going to find. Mm-hmm. So there's contingencies in that number for the things that we don't know when you open up the wall or when you dig the hole. So there's the design contingency and the escalation, because we don't know where the dollars are going to be in 2 years or a year and a half when the project's ready to bid. So could we sharpen the number? Perhaps. But then I would feel as though I'm going to be coming back to you asking for more money.
Mm-hmm. Do we know what's in the ground?
We have not done a geotechnical report.
Okay, when it comes to utilities and whatnot, we're not quite sure.
We have done a survey. We know where the utility lines run, but we don't know, is it a liquefaction zone, or is it sandy, silty soil?
Is there a lot of rock in there?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all my questions for now.
Tony?
Jeremy, generally speaking, if on the one hand I've got a private work of improvement and on the other I've got a public work of improvement like this, a public project that's competitively bid, what would you say, in your experience, is generally the percentage that is added to the cost as a result of having to pay prevailing wages?
I think
from a
gener-
percentage
I think
standpoint?
generally speaking, the prevailing wage is going to add 20 to 30% to the price.
Thank you.
Anything else? Neil?
Yeah. I had a question on the positioning of the property, or the building on the property. You had on option B, the closest corner of the gymnasium part of the structure, you have as 130 feet to the nearest house, the nearest property line. And on the option D, it's 78 feet. I think you said 110, but on your, it's kind of hard to read, but it's actually 78 feet. Has there been any outreach to the community, to the property owners, and what is, I get the sense 78 feet sounds close to me. I look at it in terms of the size of a football field, but maybe a quarter of the length of a football field. That's a tall building close to somebody's home. Do you foresee that being an issue? And
We have not done any outreach to the local neighborhood at this time.
And would we have to before we could start any construction? If we were to approve that structure tonight, what would we have to do in terms of public outreach to the neighbors before we could start any construction?
That's a good question. I don't know if we have.
300 feet.
Maybe we have an answer here. Do we?
Well, Jeremy, isn't it fair to say, though, that whatever option might be preferred by this group tonight, from a timing standpoint, what's going to happen is the district is going to have to embark on a CEQA process, on an environmental review process. And during the course of that environmental review process, including the scoping for whatever environmental document it is, and that's going to take many, many months. That will be a portion of the outreach, in addition to whatever other workshop process or outreach process there is to the neighbors.
And what would be the potential for something like that derailing the project?
So we would be working with city planners to identify what those items are. We'll submit an initial study that identifies the scope, the scale of our budget. There would be a public outreach session where anybody who lives within a certain radius of the project would be notified by mail of the project to come to a public meeting where we would talk about it. They'd have the opportunity to express their concerns. And from that, we would identify what the limitations or mitigating measures to the project are. Is it the location, the scale, the size? And through a series of studies, we would look at ways of mitigating concerns that the community raised or that city staff raised in the design process in the initial study. It could be as simple as plant large trees. It could be as onerous as the building, the gymnasium has to be 110 feet from the property, not 78 feet. So until we start to go down that CEQA path, it's hard to say what the outcome would be.
So if that process resulted in significant changes in the design, we'd have additional costs involved in that?
Only if it changed the scope of the project. In the course of that project, if CEQA told us the building had to turn, or if the gym had to turn 90 degrees so that it stayed away from the property line, as long as those issues are coming up in the normal course of the design process, it wouldn't increase the cost. Now, if you turn the building and then you add program, well, that'll increase the cost.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tremblay?
Jeremy, you would expect, though, wouldn't you, that during the CEQA process, there would be an alternatives analysis as part of that environmental review. So with regard to that alternatives analysis, that's one form. It's not just the mitigation measures, it's also the alternatives. So there is the possibility that during that process, the configuration gets changed. Would you agree?
Those would certainly be part of the report that ultimately you as the council and the governing, the final say on the CEQA process would get to evaluate.
Actually, I think the Recreation Park District would be the lead agency, but we're not there on that issue. Okay, thank you.
Just for a point of clarification, so for the first meeting that we had, for the community meeting, we did walk the neighborhood and did put flyers on everybody within I think it was half a mile within the park to make sure everybody was notified of at least the process starting.
Any other questions? Okay, do you want to proceed then?
So the last part of the cost estimate, through the course of the process, we were asked, to give a sense of what the different program spaces cost. And so these are really broad numbers, round numbers, I'll call them. As we look at, what is the cost of that two-court gymnasium? We take the dollar per square foot and apply it to the 13,000 square feet for the two gym. It's $8.6 million. So this was just something additional we were asked to prepare. I'm not sure if there's any questions around this.
We do have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Right. So, Jeremy, during the August 27 liaison committee meeting, this is one of the things that we had asked for, and so I appreciate having this in. My question is as follows: on this program detail cost sheet, is there any variability for purposes of any of these line item costs between option B versus D?
No.
So they're static across the board.
Correct. The program is the program, and so this is what we generated these numbers based upon the program. So the activity rooms, the multipurpose rooms, the storage, those are all equal in both options.
Right. And one other question: the object or the option that we're looking at is option D was actually option, if I'm correct, option D1 during the liaison committee meetings. Correct? It's been retitled.
It's been retitled for the sake of clarity. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Sure.
No, I'm really glad you did this because it helps me understand. The locker and restrooms, do either of these plans propose showers in there or no? No, okay. And then I noticed when it came to storage space, we had gym storage and then we have general building storage. I know a lot of the community was, when we were discussing activities that they would like, I know people said billiards. It'd be great to have billiard tournaments, art classes, and the like. Some of those are rather intensive when it comes to the amount of furniture and/or equipment. Would 900 square feet in total between those two be adequate for a facility of this size? And taking into account maybe a lot of the activities that the people who attended those public sessions had indicated they wanted?
Yeah. So the more direct answer is, if you talk to staff, there's never enough storage. No matter what number of storage we put in, there'll never be enough. Things for an art classroom, there's a lot of things we'll do with millwork, the casework that we put into the space to build in storage that's functional and a part of the space without having a closet that requires circulation and access.
Right.
And,
say cabinets.
Yeah. Sorry. So the general building storage is just the operational storage. I know if you've been on site, there's a couple of shipping containers on site that require storage, and so we'd be looking at ways of providing some efficiency so that we can free up the parking lot potentially. And then we felt like the square footage number provided was a good general standard that we see kind of as we go around community centers. But like I said, it'll never be enough.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, proceed.
So next we'll move into the operational and cost recovery study. And so to do this, we took a look at a number of things. Anticipated expenses, and we're only looking at the new work. We're not considering the existing three structures, the 18,000 square feet of existing structures. So when we're talking about expenses, it's the operational, the staffing costs that go along with hiring the staff to operate these facilities. It's the cost of electricity, the cost of water and whatever's coming into the site. It's the contractual cost. What are we paying for paper goods to operate the different programs, or toilet paper or anything. So we've built in expenses, and you'll see between options B and D, there's a difference in the anticipated expenses, and that is primarily due to option B because it's one facility requires fewer staff members. That's really, as we get into it, you'll find the only difference between the expenses is the staffing number. Anticipated revenue, we did some research and surveys of existing community centers in the area and what they're charging, and then working with staff on what we thought was an acceptable level of service and what types of programs we'd be offering and what we could charge for those services. And so we've generated revenue. And because the program is the same for both options B and D, the revenue is the same for both options B and D. But when we factor that against the anticipated expenses, we get a different cost recovery number. And so if we dive a little bit deeper into what's in those numbers, we look at the operational costs. So we've got full and part-time staff for option B, the commodities, supplies, uniforms, as I talked about, the contractual and the utilities. We've also got a replacement fund. We don't want to build a new facility and then not be able to fix the roof or change out something that breaks. And so in our ongoing operational costs, we're allocating $50,000 a year into a replacement fund to handle those expenditures when the heater breaks or whatever the case may be. Some of our operating assumptions, we've taken 75 hours a week of operation. We estimate one full-time staff member, or full-time staff members, one recreational specialist, one ground maintenance, 2 customer service, an additional 40 hours of part-time staff for a facility supervisor, 36 hours for customer service, 48 hours for ground maintenance. That generates our costs on option B. The revenue, we looked at some models from around the area and tried to anticipate what we could charge for a daily use fee if somebody's not a member, if you're in town visiting and you want to use the facilities, what's a daily use fee and what we would think an appropriate number to collect. Would you sell memberships to access the gym for, just pick up games of basketball or use of the different facilities? What's the revenue from the different programs you may run out of the facilities? And then what's the revenue if you have, birthday rentals or vending machines, different things set up? So we assumed, you can see below the assumptions that build into that revenue model. Anticipating, on average, 6 people a day paying a $2 daily use fee. Again, those are looking at, working with staff and looking at facilities in the area and what they charge. We would anticipate, based upon the population, 300 monthly passes sold each month at a $10 cost per pass. And we've, again, very conservatively pegged that against, 1% of the total population for that. And then different program and assumptions on program revenue, 125 participants paying an average of $50 a month for a different program. So that builds our revenue. Going to option D, you'll see the revenue is identical. The operational costs, as I said, are the same with the exception of personnel. We've got an additional full-time customer service representative that we don't have in option B. That's the difference between the two models. We then took those two and built out, we built out 5-year models on what you could expect to see in terms of revenue versus expenses. And so you'll see, on average, revenue is going to be, expenses are going to be around, we'll just average it out, $630,000 a year in expenses over 5 years. Revenues increasing at a mild percentage each year. But you've got an operational difference that's built into that where you're not making up your total expenses with the revenues. We did the same thing with option D, again, building in what's our average sort of expenses over the year, coming up with a mean there. Again, we've got, roughly a $530,000 shortfall each year. So we took those numbers and extrapolated them out over 5, 10, 15, all the way to a 30-year model to start to understand operationally what is that difference going to end up being. So you can see over a 30-year life of the project, there's a $13.5 million shortfall on option B and a almost $16 million shortfall on option D. We then took those 30-year averages and factored in, again, what's our estimated original construction cost to build the project, what's our shortfall on revenue and expenses, where you can start to see over 30 years the cost of the project. So option B on a 30-year life is, while it's your shortfall on revenue expenses is less because the construction cost is more, it ends up being roughly, just in broad, rough order magnitude numbers, $5 million more to build and operate for 30 years than option D.
So run that, is that option B or option D?
Option B would be $5 million more expensive
than
over
option
the
D.
30-year life of the project.
Okay. I have a question on that. I mean, the facility they've got now, I want to say, I think it was built in 68, 69. Am I right about that?
Yeah, there was phases.
Phases.
The late 60s was the first phase, and then the admin building, I believe, dates from the 80s.
Okay, so I know the 30 years, but man, we're almost at 60 years, and that building is still being used today. So would it be fair to say that this building is going to last a whole lot longer than 30 years? And I don't know that's as far, you can't go out in perpetuity. I get that. But obviously that building's going to be here a lot longer than 30 years.
We would certainly hope. Any project of this scale and importance in the community, we would hope is 50 years plus.
Mm-hmm.
We want it to be successful and operational and giving back to the community for at least that long.
Okay. Any other questions, Sean?
I do. Is best time to ask questions about the operations?
Unless you have anything else to add? Yeah. Proceed.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to be very long-winded because I got a lot of questions about this.
If you're on a page, could you tell us what page?
I will cite
Thank you.
almost every page. So starting on big page 77.
77.
Big page 77.
Let me get there.
First off, this operational assumption report is done by Ballard King and Associates.
That's correct.
And there's no one here representing them tonight, right? So you're here to answer the questions for them.
Yes.
So you guys commissioned the report. They give you the report. Did LPA independently verify or go through and check all the numbers just to make sure that this is all accurate as they present it?
We work with Ballard King quite a bit. So LPA hired Ballard King. They're a subconsultant of ours. We then put them in touch with staff, and they work very closely with the staff to develop the numbers in that report.
Okay. On big page 77, and Mary, this might be a question to you as well. Operating hours, full day operation, Monday through Friday, and then Saturday. That's a deviation from what the Park and Rec currently does, right? Are they just Monday through Friday right now?
No, we actually operate on Saturdays as well.
Oh, you do now? Okay.
We always have.
Oh,
So it
okay.
just depends on the classes and what's going on.
Okay.
So what we did is we took these hours as kind of our base hours of what we traditionally do right now.
Okay, but Rec and Park is closed on Sundays, right? There's no operations?
We
Sundays?
do, we have a rental. So as far as running
Oh,
programs,
so if someone wants to rent out the facility, then you'll cater to that, but otherwise?
correct.
Okay. And then I noticed when we get into some of the numbers, everyone's multiplied by 51 weeks. Is that because, does Rec and Park take off a week? Do they close operations down for one week, like in the holiday season or something?
Typically, 52 weeks out of the year, when you have the holidays and such, typically we're not open on the holidays. So when you put the holidays in, we went with 51 weeks.
Okay, got it. And then I had a hard time getting from this. How many people use the facility now? And are we anticipating that with this new facility, that number would
Yes.
Okay.
So I'd have to go back to the study that we did from the last statistical study that we had kind of brought over, which would have been in 2017. Karen, I'm looking down at you, just number of rentals. Yep. Yeah, it's really hard to, I mean, I couldn't
Okay.
do
No,
you justice and give you the number right off the top of my head.
I was confused by a number on big page 90 at the very bottom. It said, this calculation assumes an average of 300 individuals per month will pay a monthly fee to the access to gymnasiums for drop-in use of the facility. This is 1% of the 2019 projected population of 70,210. Is 70,210 the population of Camarillo, or is that like how many people you anticipate over the course of a year to have visited the facility? Or
He looked at the population of Camarillo.
oh, okay, so
This is where they started looking at what the industry average was and with any new facilities and such. So he looked at the population of Camarillo.
okay.
Could I tag on to that?
But
What your
let's
district
clarify
has-
that, because that's the district population, correct?
The
Or
district
that's just the
The
city?
district population is about 77,000. The city
Okay.
population is a little over 69,000.
That's what I was going to ask.
Question on big page, where do I want to start? I guess big page 79. The first, there's a model, there's contractual categories, Model B, Model D. I noticed two things that were in Model D that were not present in Model B, and I was curious as to why. One is conference, $2,000 under Model D, but it's vague. There's nothing there on Model B, and $1,000 in dues and subscriptions assigned to Model D, but not calculated into Model B. And I was curious why that was, because it's my understanding that everything was more or less the same, from a facility standpoint, minus some square footage or whatnot. But
Right. So when you start adding staffing, so the conference was if we added 2 staff, you're probably going to need to do training and such. So with that model, we're actually adding more staff. So that's why that was put in there. And then regarding dues, subscriptions and such, typically like right now, we'll have a subscription, let's say the paper, if we may have one for the office and one for the senior center. And so now when you start having multiple facilities, now you start having more for different locations.
okay. And then I'm going to big page 80. This is where it's going to get interesting. The second, what do you want to call this? Chart down. Full-time staffing detail models for D. This is full-time staffing. Under customer service office assistant, we say 2.75 individuals. Shouldn't that just be 2 full-time and a 0.75 is technically a part-time individual? You're not going to have a 0.75 salaried individual?
Actually, you can, and we do.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. Right underneath that, ground maintenance. It lists a salary of $55,133. The number 1. When I go over to the total category, it says $48,173. So it's understated by approximately $7,000. And that $48,000 carries down. So the $275 that's totaled in full-time staffing detail models D, instead of $275,618, should be $284,666. That's not so much a question, other than I'm just looking for. Am I doing
Correct.
math right?
You are.
Okay. On big page 81, part-time staffing detail models B, under ground maintenance, we have someone working 48, I assume it's one individual, it doesn't say how many individuals, but a ground maintenance individual working 48 hours per week. Because they're part-time, there's overtime, I presume. I calculated overtime into my calculations, at 8 hours of overtime per week, an additional $4,800.
So there would
per
be
year.
no overtime, because a lot of times with part-time staff, we will keep them at about 19 hours. And being that you're having a facility like this, we would probably have multiple part-time staffing. So we wouldn't go over, we wouldn't do overtime.
You'd have 2
We could have-
part-time ground
We
maintenance?
could have 2 or 3 part-time maintenance that would split shifts or work weekends or such.
Okay. Well, for the purpose of what I'm about to get into, I added $4,800, assuming that there's 8 hours of overtime. With that, I got a different subtotal when it came to that category. If you add 36,720, 32,516, instead of 44,431, I had calculated 48,136. You shouldn't come to 76,000. You should come to, at least with the numbers there, you should come, I think, to 113,667. If you add in my 4,000, then you come out to 117,372, which kind of follows down. Instead of the total near the bottom of 87,783, it should be adding my 4, 133,069. So there seems to be a difference. I don't think those columns, all these totals are adding up.
Looks like you're correct.
And then if I go
Mary,
to...
can I just ask you a quick question, Sean? We have the presentation in front of us. Is that provided digitally so the audience can see what we're talking about when we go page to page?
I don't have a digital copy.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thanks.
That's okay.
On big page 82, I have a similar issue. Underground maintenance, we have an individual working 51 weeks. There seems to be a 4 that was forgotten. So instead of 44,431, it was tabulated as 4,431. And then when I add all that numbers, the subtotal for that category should be 156,931. Follow that down to the total after benefits and the private party guide. Should, instead of 136,249, should be 181,525. So there seems to be a difference there of 25,000.
So the hourly rate times the weeks.
I'm just adding, if you just add the numbers in the total column.
They forgot a 0 on the 1.
They forgot a 4. It's supposed to be 44,431. My other issue is when you add up those 4 numbers, the subtotal on the report says 120,211. If you add up those numbers as they're incorrectly displayed, it should be 116,931. So even that number is not correct. Where do I want to go to next? On big page 87, we get into the revenues category. From my calculations and going through this, and I'll show you my work, these seem to be overstated by approximately $9,000. Under fees, fees seems to be overstated. Programs, you'll see a 12 little footnote. If you follow that footnote down, it says reflects an average of 125 participants per month, paying an average of $50 per month. So if I do 125 times 50 times 12, I should come up to 75,000. But yet this report says 79,000, a difference of 4,000. And then under rentals seems to be overstated as well. And if you follow me to, I will show you, for daily fees on big page 90, under admissions, we have the fees, the number of individuals we anticipate paying those fees on a daily basis, the revenue generated by those individuals paying those fees on a daily basis. Under days, and this kind of gets back to my very first question, under days, we have 358 days. But the facility won't be open 358 days. If we have account for holidays and every Sunday, we should have, I think, 307 days. So instead of 4,296, I believe it should be 3,684. So that's overstated by $612. Under program revenue and expenses on big page 91, the average monthly fee actually is reflected correctly here at $75,000. So somehow that $75,000 wasn't flowed over to the main revenue page that what I referenced in big page 87. And then on big page 92, towards the bottom, private party rental revenue generation, we anticipate 4 private parties per month. There's 12 months in the year. Each of those parties is paying $200. 4 times 12, the number of parties by the number of months, should equal 48, but we have 96. So it looks like we doubled it somehow. But if you take that 48, multiply that by the 200, we should get 9,600 instead of the $14,400. So that seems to be overstated by $4,800. No, I'm looking under this one. The private party. No, not below here. Private party rental revenue generation. Just the fee for the party.
Per party.
So if I take those and add those up back to page 87, instead of 168,856, that total number at the very bottom should be 159,444. And now I'm going to bring it all around. Thank you for sticking with me. When it comes to,
Page.
give me 1 second, I'm getting there. Going back to big page, this is probably the easiest one, big page 45 and 46. And this shows just the year 1 through year 5, expenses versus revenue, the difference. So to put this more in perspective and do all the math, under year 1, instead of expenses of 623, the expenses should be 668,926. The revenues, instead of 168,856, should be 159,444. So instead of a difference of $454,794, our difference is actually much significantly larger. It's $509,484, which is a difference of $54,688. If I do the math on option D, which I did not, the expenses instead of 707,858 should be 762,182.
What page is it?
I'm sorry, on big page 46, the next page. 762,182. Revenues of 159,444, because our revenues are stagnant across both options. So a difference of 602,738.
Say that one again.
A difference of the difference is 602,738. Which, I don't know, do math, 63,000? So we're off by $63,000. If you want to extrapolate, if these numbers are so important, we're using these numbers to base everything else off of them. If you want to extrapolate these errors over the course of 30 years, option B is off $1.7 million. So the number is over 30 years is worse by $1.7 million. For option D, so 30 years, instead of 13.5 million, it's 15.2. And under option D, instead of operational loss of, or estimated shortfall of 15.9, it's really 18.1. So we're off $2.2 million. So which gets me to my question.
Now, that's in the operational, right, Sean? Is that right? We're off on that on the operational?
Correct. Okay. Yeah, that's the operational shortfall.
Page 47.
Oh, sorry. Yes, big page 47 is what I was last referencing. So with all that, how can I have any confidence in any of these numbers?
I apologize. I have no excuse for the math errors.
I wanted to point out one last thing. But when it came to, on big page 88 and big page 89, there's, sorry.
88, let me get there. Okay, there we go.
There's a revenue and expense comparison model for both Model B and Model D. In the the paragraph between the two charts, for Model B, it says it anticipates operational expenses are anticipated to increase at a rate of 1% to 2% per year over this 5-year span. And that's correct. These actually, the way these numbers are, although technically the numbers are incorrect, but they do go up 1% from year 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. And it says, please note that the revenue anticipates a 10% increase year over year from year 1 to 2, a 5% increase from 2 to 3, 3% increase from 3 to 4, a 2% increase from 4 to 5. That's accurately reflected here in these numbers as they were calculated. When I go over to Model D, in that same paragraph, the expense, the gradual increase in expenses is the same, 1% to 2%, although we take the low of 1% and hold that constant. I take that back. Instead of year 4 and 5, it's 2%. But when it comes to revenues, we state a 5% increase from years 1 to 2, 4% from 2 to 3, 2% from 3 to 4, 2% from 4 to 5. So we anticipate, even though when it comes to our revenue, we assume all of our numbers are more or less stagnant, but we're referencing different revenue increases from year to year. But when I follow that down into the numbers, it's not reflected in the numbers. The numbers actually show an increase like Model B, 10%, 5%, 3%, 2%. So the numbers don't follow the description above either. And that's everything I found.
Okay. Any comments on that from? No. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have some questions. Gosh, I appreciate your attention to detail there. One of the things I would ask you about these numbers, though, is when you make estimates of what the revenue is going to be, do you try to keep that as center of the road as you can, or do you tend to try to estimate conservatively by estimating revenues low and costs high, or do you lean those numbers one way or another?
In everything that we're doing at this stage, we're trying to be very conservative.
Trying to be conservative, so meaning that if you're estimating expenses, are you estimating them on the high side?
Yes.
And if you're estimating revenue, you're estimating it on the low side?
That's correct.
Okay. So that just in general, we could, assuming these numbers had been calculated correctly, we could assume that these were sort of worst case scenario sort of numbers, not best case scenario.
Correct.
Okay. Now whether the questions that were just brought up, throw this all off, but I did some little bit of calculations on myself and comparing under the Ballard King their estimates here. When you compared Model A or Model B.
Could you tell us the page number? If you
I'm sorry. Please. If you go to page 88, it's 87, 88 and 89.
Thank you.
It's a comparison of the revenue expense of Model B on page 88 and Model D on page 89. If you take those numbers, and calculate what is the expenses on or the difference, revenue versus expenses, is greater for Model D each year than for Model B. But if you compare model year 1 to year 2 to year 3 to year 4 to year 5, if you do the math on them, you find that the difference between the two is growing every year. It's not a static number. The difference in losses between year 1 between B and D is 84,200. The difference, the next, if you go out, I'll just skip all the way to the end, but between 84,200 is the difference between in year one, and it grows to 89,300 on year 5. So that, if you're following me, it means that the loss is expanding greater for Model D at a greater rate than it is for Model B. You follow that? So if you take that back to page 47, where you compare the revenue losses between B and D, what you're showing year by year is just simple math. You're saying that, 10 years is just double of 5 years. 20 years is just double of 10 years. 30 years is just 3 times 10 years. But that doesn't take into account the fact that the loss rate is expanding faster for Model D versus Model B based on these numbers on under the Ballard-King estimates.
And that's a correct interpretation of the numbers. We don't have any model data that looks out 30 years. So we've simply taken the 5-year and extrapolated that. So,
but you can pretty well safely say that if the costs are higher year one for D than they are for B, that just on an inflationary basis, that the number that starts bigger is going to grow faster than the number that starts smaller.
correct.
So over time, the spread, the chart of if you're charting the loss D versus B, the D chart is going to be escalating at a faster rate than the D. But in this page on page 47, it doesn't show that expansion. When we get out to 30 years, what I'm getting at is you showed a growth rate basically not factoring in any inflation at all, just doubling the numbers, or adding the same numbers each 5 years, and really I would expect that the growth rate, that the separation of 13.5 million versus 15.9 million is probably not inaccurate. The numbers are probably a lot closer, and clearly at some point D is going to cross B and become more expensive over time. Do you disagree with that, or?
I understand your question. I'm sorry, I'm not equipped to
Yeah.
answer that. I don't
Okay.
have the knowledge to make that assumption.
Okay. Well, just as Councilman Milche, had some loss of confidence of the numbers, I think that's an important factor, because when we're making a decision here, we're making a decision not only on the cost of what it's going to up front of what this is going to cost us, but we are passing the costs of this project on to future generations to come, and we don't want to be saving dollars up front for future generations to pay the price for in the future. So I think we need to look carefully at the growth of those numbers. So that's all.
I think there's a really important factor here that everyone's just sort of lost track of because it's so not obvious. And that is that the difference in the operating expenses of these two projects are only the cost of 3/4 of a customer service employee. That's the difference. Now, there's at least one board member here that doesn't agree that we need an extra 3/4 staff member on Plan D versus Plan B. But all of these numbers and all of this growth, that all replicates off of that single cost. There isn't anything about the project that changes other than that one employee cost, which tells you something about how expensive public employees are. But it also tells you about how hard it is to figure this stuff out on the fly for the long haul, because what we actually need and what we actually have will be very driven by the revenues and the usage and the kind of activities going on. All that sort of stuff is very fluid, and we have no real visibility of that and can't possibly know that in advance. So getting caught up in deciding between B and B based on expenses, I think, is a really bad plan, because the the truth is the expenses are going to be identical. I don't agree with the difference in needing 3/4 more of a staff employee. And all these numbers that grow and all that is built on all that. And I've done lots of spreadsheets in my time, and I know the more columns you have, the bigger you can make the numbers. But that's what it is. There's nothing inherently different about these buildings. The only difference is in the operating expenses based on adding 3/4 of an employee.
Any other questions from anybody else? Ms. Santangelo?
What was the thought process behind, because I'm not privy to the discussion about why another 3/4 of an employee would be needed. I mean, I understand there's more facilities to man or woman, but does any? Yeah.
Yep. So I can answer that. So when you, as we've been going through these various models, and when we started with the 4 various models, when you go from one facility to multiple facilities, now you're adding staffing costs. And so when you go from a standpoint right now where most of the facilities, the senior center has staffing, and then the rest of our buildings are locked unless there's a class or something in them. Now you've got an entire facility that will be open. So from a security standpoint, now we would want to have staff and a current staff member, as long as that building was open, that would be there in the customer service lobby at all times. So that's the reason that there was an extra staff put in. As Director Malloy had pointed out, a lot of this is also will be based on programming. So as part of this model and talking to Ballard King as well as talking to LPA, it was just based on some of the various industry standards when you start adding more buildings. So that was the reason for the 0.75 addition.
No, it makes sense. I think it does take a lot of, it's really a guesstimate because you don't know what the programming is going to be and all that. So I guess I appreciate it at least as a conservative look at what expenses could be.
Mike?
Yeah, and I just want to add, because we're talking about a difference, as Mary stated, between one building and Plan B with one entrance versus Plan D with multiple entrances. Well, we haven't gotten to the detail yet of potentially putting up fences and gates and control measures for access. So that assumes you had open access. I didn't want to get involved into that level of detail at this point, but as we move forward, that would be one of the issues is we could actually start fencing off and controlling access and forcing people to come through there. So we have, I believe, like Mark, that we have measures that we can put in place to keep the control costs about the same. And I'm expecting going forward that we can probably do a pretty good job of that.
But those additional construction costs are not included in the estimate.
Yes, but we're talking about a fence. I'm talking about a fence. I'm not talking about a wall or anything. And a fence with a gate and a simple lock. So these are very simple costs. And I mean, that's a very low level cost at the level we're talking about. Those numbers are in round off error. You know, I mean.
I don't know what they are. So
Well,
I was just pointing out they weren't included in all the other.
Right. I'm just saying, but fencing and gates is one way we can control cost, we hope.
So just to speak to that real quickly, so there's currently at the community center right now, there is a gate that's across the front. So there's a current gate that's already there. And then you've also got a side kind of gate that's over between the senior center and the community center. So those would potentially be, in essence, depending on if option D was picked, then those would be gates or fences that you'd be able to control.
All right, any other questions? I think we should hear from the public. Mr. Mulchay, go ahead.
No, and just one, and if you look at,
Page?
well, sorry, I'm on big page 45, 46. That's what I'm referencing, but it's getting to the point that the difference is a little bit more than just that 0.75. The difference, when you rework all the numbers as they should be, it's a hair. It's approximately $100,000. But I just want to.
But it all operates off of that.
Yeah.
It's all the add-ons to off of that.
Yeah.
Do you have another question? Okay, I don't have any blue. Yes, I do. Great. I will call you up. Okay. Thank you. All right. We have got Art Roberts. Art here. Yeah, there's Art. And if you could speak into the microphone, good, Art, we'd appreciate it. Thanks.
I can appreciate all this quantitative discussions with regards to costs and things like that. My issue is a qualitative discussion. I've been with this process since the beginning, about 2 years ago, and I've attended several of the meetings. My one thing that I have an issue with is that you cherry-picked a lot of the things up here, because originally when you started out, you were talking about a senior center and the expansion of the senior center. And then all of a sudden, because we're in the process of losing Freedom Gym, it expanded to a community center and some other issues. There was also a cherry pick in here that was excluded, and that is that there's no outdoor facilities that included in this discussion. I have an issue with that, and I think that it's better explained by ARP. We have a letter that was sent to the city, the Associated Retired Persons. They sent the letter, and I've got 6 copies of it for you all. But I want to read a couple of sentences out of this thing. It says, lawn bowling facilities enable users to maintain valuable physical and social interaction which positively impact the well-being of aging adults in the community. In a recent survey of California residents, 50 and over 80% said that parks and open spaces are somewhat or very important to have in their community. Same thing was reflected in the discussion that we had here earlier. It goes back and it says, ARP California strongly supports the inclusion of lawn bowling facilities as part of any community's general plan. We believe that this will help begin to address the needs of the growing demographic of aging adults, while also increasing access to parks and open spaces for people of all ages and abilities. I have 6 copies for you. That's been my mantra the entire time this thing has been going on, and you have excluded any outdoor facilities at all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next, there's a Robert Aaron. Robert? Oh, he left. Okay. Anyone else here want to come up and make any comments? This is the time. We've got, what, a nonverbal here? Who is this from? Oh, Darren. And I will pass this along. I believe this is a nonverbal. Please consider installing a wooden dance floor at the Camarillo Senior Center. So with that, I'm going to pass this along to everybody can read the nonverbal there. And I'll ask again, would anybody else like to come up and address the 2 bodies here on this issue? Okay, one more. Okay. All right. So I think now, is there any other questions that anybody would like to ask, or staff members, would you like to add anything at this point? No? Any other questions from anyone else here?
Yeah. Yeah. What is the status of the Freedom Gym right now? Because I keep hearing conflicting things.
I was notified it's officially been sold. And so it will go into the school board as of last week, Wednesday, has accepted the offer. So that will, they think that it'll probably take 4 to 6 months by the time they have to divide the property and such. So they think it'll take about 4 to 6 months. And then I met with the new property owner. He's not looking at demolishing, but still needs to do some assessment of what needs to be done in there.
So, in 4 to 6 months, Rec and Park is out? Is that the...
No, not necessarily. As I said, I've had a conversation with the new owner. His name is Eric. So we're in the process of chatting to kind of find out what his goal is. Also looking at potentially the possibility of still using it. If we do, there would be a rental fee to be able to do that. He's got some work to do, obviously, in the building, so he's still assessing that. He's still having like some of the asbestos, structural, and those things done.
And then I know Rec and Park had a temporary measure at the current community center, of possibly constructing some sort of tent and or something in the event that the Freedom Gym went away? It's a temporary measure. Is that still in play as a
So being that I was just notified last week, it's going back to the board to figure out what that will look like
Okay.
now with the two different options of whether we end up renting, what that might look like, and or if we ended up doing a temporary tent.
Is there a reason why you couldn't use the indoor, what do we call
Auditorium.
it? The auditorium. Is there a reason why the auditorium wouldn't be usable for like pickleball and things like that?
Pickleball, probably not so much, being that we have large windows on one side. Table tennis and some of that might be able to. It would depend on, the schedules would change because we have other programming in there as well. Could it be a temporary? It can be a temporary, but there will be programming issues with both of those.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have a question on, like, for instance, lawn bowling. It is extremely popular. Is there an opportunity out there on the Burnley site to perhaps, implement a lawn bowling, facility out there? Was that discussed at all? Was there any discussion on that, or how did they land on that?
Yes, and Kevin, and so that was part of the reason when the board was looking at this. If you remember, in Plan C, we had the gym going perpendicular to where it is now, but that would eat up part of that back grass area. And so one of the reasons the board in general was looking at the gym moving up in Plan D as it does now, parallel to the parking lot. That preserves more of that grass space there behind there to where we could do that in the future.
So
this gives
there
us-
is some room there to do
Yes,
that?
that will provide us a better opportunity to do that, and it also makes a better fit, a good fit with the school behind us going to the Miracle Play. They're going to put a field back in there and have access to our restrooms and stuff. So all that was tied into that decision to allow better access through there and allow us space to do more things back there. That's why you don't see Plan C instead of Plan D.
Is there any other question? Yeah, Mr. Moshe.
As a point of clarification from the report I saw on the first page, the two options that this whole process was distilled down to and presented to us tonight, those two options were not forwarded from the liaison, right? Were those two options picked by the Recreation and Park District? 'Cause that's what it was kind of implied in the report. So I just want clarification on that.
Yeah, so the liaison committee had asked that the board look at one standalone and then one of the two options that was all-inclusive. And so from that, the direction was for the board to pick two, and the board out of those looked at option B and then option D.
Okay, and then thus
Thus, we're here.
takes us.
Correct.
Okay.
Could I add an explanation? Mr. Tremblay can certainly speak for himself, but I recall that the two of us felt that it should be the Recreation and Park District Board that chose which two options would be looked at and not the city council members making that decision.
I agree with that.
To look at the options in, and that's, what was that? I'm sorry.
We had A, B, C, and D, and so we decided it should be their board who picked which two
Okay,
we'd go further with.
okay. Any other questions? Mr. Tancho?
Was there any thought about, well, first of all, I'm going to assume that if we only did one gym, it would cut the cost of the gym in half? Was there any thought or discussion about why doing two courts rather than one?
Yes, I mean, right now, the one gym doesn't provide enough. We're short as it is. And so if you're going to spend the money and build something, why do you want to end up back where you are right now being short-sighted? This is the time to actually do something. And even two probably doesn't get us all the way there, but we're just trying to catch up. The city of Thousand Oaks has 4 indoor gyms, courts, across the city for comparison. And so we're going to end up with 0 here pretty soon. And so we have 0 compared to 4 up in Thousand Oaks. Of course, they're twice the size. So just to give you a ballpark number, if we're half the size, I mean, even 2 would get us to squeak us by.
Also, the gym is not just a gym to play basketball and volleyball, and that is going to be built so that it can have a multi-purpose use. And so with the area that is needed, it can be used for all kinds of different things and can be a revenue generator, maybe even more so than has been stated.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, so I'm going to ask a question to staff. You're looking for direction tonight. Could you just reiterate what you're looking for, if you would, please?
Yes. So what we're looking for tonight is a joint decision and to review the senior and community recreation facility project alternatives, select the preferred project design, and provide direction to the liaison committee to further refine the next phase of the project and identify funding sources.
Well, basically what I've heard tonight is the council thinks that we should make the designation of the design. Is that what I heard tonight?
No, we thought that your board, excuse me, should select 2 of the 4 to come forward.
And we've done that.
And you did that, but we just felt that the 2 of us shouldn't be whittling it down.
Okay. So with that, we can open up some, deliberations here. So would anybody like to start us off tonight on that? Nobody's jumping in.
Well, why don't I crawl out on my limb? So take your tree saws and be ready to cut it off behind me. I appreciate the process that the liaison committee has gone through. I appreciate Sean's questions. A little bit of history, a little bit of context. At the August 27 liaison committee meeting, I referred to 2 elephants in the room. The first elephant, excuse me, you need more coffee at this point in the evening, is the capital construction cost of either option B or option D. If you assume that one of those options are picked, that's the capital construction cost. The second is the cost of operating and maintaining whichever facilities are built. And as a corollary part of that is, where does the Recreation and Park District get the money to operate those facilities? So if you look at this from a macro standpoint, big picture standpoint, and you're trying to articulate a roadmap, it's somewhat chicken and egg, but I probably would start with the O&M first, and then I'll turn to the capital side. On the O&M side, I appreciate Sean's numbers analysis. The numbers need more refinement. I think logically this has to be addressed before you get to the capital construction and the size of the project. In other words, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do design work and get far down the road until such time as you've got the capital cost and the size of the project defined, and you figure out where you're going to get your O&M, your operation and maintenance monies. Because whatever you build, you have to operate and maintain. So there are a couple options for that, in my mind. One is that the Recreation and Park District find those funds in its budget to do that. And the second is to go by other means to have the Recreation and Park District have those funds available, whether it be among various financing options for the district, whether to increase its existing assessment district or other means. Now, turning to the capital cost, and it's the question of what you could phrase this about 14 different ways, but one way to phrase it, one prism is, what is wanted versus what can be realistically afforded. I had hoped that the capital construction numbers would be lower, but they are what they are. And the rough order of magnitude construction budget is what it is. We asked for, Council, we asked to have some explanation on financing options, and we did that certainly in a joint study session, I think, on August 28th, I believe, before we saw these ROM numbers, the construction cost numbers. And unfortunately, the total costs are really high. I mean, from a capital construction standpoint, you're looking at, and I'm referring to big page 38, under option B at almost $42 million, and at option D under almost $34.4 million. Leaving aside Sean's questions relative to O&M, I'm talking now only about capital construction costs. I'm glad that, Jeremy, you fit in page 39 of the program detail costs, because I had asked for components of each of these facilities, lobby, reception, medium activity room, large activity room, large multipurpose room, et cetera, to be provided to us. One conclusion that one can draw after looking at all this from a macro standpoint is it's too much of a financial stretch to get to full build-out of option B or D right now. It just is. Realistically, there's not enough money on either the part of, even when you aggregate what the district and the city could put in at this point, what are readily available to the district and to the city. And, I'm all, we need to recognize reality. So, one approach is to take this incrementally. And I'm not talking about CEQA, I'll get to that in a minute. You focus on the primary facilities that were identified for replacement and building before you go to the additional facilities, the ones that you really focused on initially. And I fully recognize the value of the gymnasium and the two courts in the gymnasium relative to community facilities. But I do think that my interest from a policy standpoint is to get something going at the earliest feasible time that's realistic with what people have in their pockets in terms of what people can afford and what the city and what the district can afford. So it seems to me that one approach would be to, under the program detail cost, you take and pursue construction of a portion of these facilities, and specifically you pursue the construction of the activity rooms, the medium activity room, the large activity room, the large multi-purpose room. I personally think standalone is better, but that's my own standalone option D is better. And you, for the time being, you leave aside the gymnasium, and you leave aside, and you can do some other revisions to what would be actually required here, or what the parties jointly would move forward on. You have the city make its contribution, whatever it may be at this point. At this time, there's been a commitment of $8 million by the city. I don't know that that's the last of it, but there is that commitment, and then would be some commitment by the district, either through its general fund money or through Quimby fund monies, et cetera, to the project. And we can ultimately discuss what that is, but I don't think that's in front of us tonight so much. What's in front of us tonight is to draw a roadmap and to do what we're supposed to do under these two, under the agenda, is to select the preferred project design, and number two, provide direction to the liaison committee to further refine the next phases of the project and identify funding sources. You have to have, I think Jeremy's first slide said it pretty well, which is you have to have a project which is financeable, buildable, and sustainable. I think by any stretch of the imagination, given the very, very large construction cost here, some portion, significant portion of this has to be financed. There's just no way around it. There has to be an incurring of debt. I suspect that under all the financing options that have been presented, one option that does make some sense to me is for the district to issue or is to go to ballot for a GO bond. Because as the financial consultant indicated to us, that is the quote-unquote cleanest way to go. You match that synonymous with the district population, of which, 70,000 in the city and 77,000 in the district. It's very close, but you match it to the district's population, and the city would be supportive and advocate on that. I think once you get to an initial project somewhere, and this is completely speculative, but you get somewhere in the $15 to $20 million range for putting in this initial stage. What you do is you get a contribution agreement by both sides, and then depending on what you have to do, you have X amount of money, and you probably, you instead of doing a public competitive bid process, you go with a design build process, which I believe both the city and the Recreation and Park District have the ability legally to go to a design build type process. And you bring it in for a sum certain. Now, if that's the approach that gets taken, then what you do over the course of the next 9 to 12 months is, because unfortunately, and I'm sorry looking at all of you who are sitting out there, nothing's going to happen right away. And you've heard me say that right before. There's an environmental review process under California law that has to occur. And that California Environmental Quality Act process, whether that is some sort of negative declaration, a mitigated negative declaration, or more than possible, an environmental impact report, is going to have to be done. And in my experience, we're talking about 9 to 12 months. During that time, you have the project further refined, and you, if the district decided to do so, it would move toward putting an item on the ballot next year for consideration by the voters. You run that process concurrently, and so that's one approach, which I think is a reasonable approach. And I'm not talking about how much money the city right now, how much money the city is putting in and how much the district is putting in. What I'm trying to do is recognize the reality of where we are from a construction budget standpoint, because we just don't have the money to do all this right now. And trying to get sticks in the ground and facilities built as soon as feasible to give recognition to why we started this process in the first place, with a recognition that the senior center is, we need to have, the district needs to have more facilities, and we need to have more facilities for our seniors. And by the way, that doesn't exclude outdoor, that doesn't exclude outdoor facilities. I appreciate that comment, and in fact, I agree with it. And there should be some amount put toward that, and the parties recognize that as part of this process. But we can't afford, just can't afford how much this is right now. And I think we have to be realistic about it, and that's why from a macro standpoint, and I appreciate the O&M questions, they're absolutely well taken. But I also think that what I would see from a macro standpoint is this one approach could be that this body acting jointly tonight select a preferred project design, and I've said I think it's option D, and you provide direction to the liaison committee consistent with what I've articulated to move forward on that as we go down the road. So now I'm the first one to crawl out on my tree limb, so now you can take the tree saws and cut it off behind me. But that's one approach that I see going forward.
Tony, what option did you have in mind again?
Oh, D as in David.
David, okay.
The reason I prefer option D is I prefer a standalone option. Aside from being, in addition to being less expensive, I think it is easier to go that route on an incremental approach that I'm advocating. So at the soonest possible time, we can move forward for the facilities that our community needs, and in particular our seniors.
Charlotte, do you want to jump in?
I'll jump in. I want to tell everybody where I'm starting here. Last week we broke ground on a desalter, and we were told conservatively it's going to cost us $34 million. And then years later, conservatively, it's $54 million. And by the time we get done, we all know it's going to be $70 million. So I'm not sure about conservative estimates. I'm just not. Therefore, I'm agreeing pretty much with what Tony says. Although I don't think the city can advocate for a bond issue, I think we can only educate.
That's well taken.
I don't think the district can advocate for it either. They can only educate. And that's by state law. I think the only way something is going to happen is if we do it incrementally. I do want to remind everybody, if you're deciding to opt for D as opposed to B, that's Delta as opposed to Bravo, if you're doing that because you don't want to go through seismic retrofits, that every once in a while after another big earthquake, the state will say, all of the structures that have this or anything that's public has to go and meet this type of seismic retrofits. So I think that's going to have to be done anyway in probably the not too distant future. And so I don't think that one thing should be a determining factor. I personally still feel that the Rec and Park District Board should decide which of the two, now that it's down to two, which of the two it should be. However, I just want to say that if I were on your board, I would not select one that put a gym within 78 feet of people's houses, because even though it's an indoor structure, when you have lots of activity and kids' basketball games, it gets pretty noisy. So that's my only comment. But I agree with what Mr. Tremblay said. I don't see where there's enough money to do the whole thing. I think we started, well, I don't know where you started, but I know we started for years and years with a person standing right there telling us we needed to build a senior center. And when we first sent 2 city council members off to be part of the liaison committee, and I was not on the committee at that time, Mrs. McDonald was, our instructions were to find a way to build a community center, a senior center, to increase the size of it. And then the liaison committee came back and had all of the reasons to move forward with the gymnasiums and the whole thing. I think now looking at it, you need a plan for the whole thing, but doing it in phases makes a whole lot of sense at this time. And that's all I have.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Might it be a good idea to kind of go back and forth between?
Sure.
I know. Is that okay with you, Sean? Okay. Is it okay with you guys if I go first? Well, I'm probably going to be a minority voice here. I'll just say that right up front. Because I like Plan B. The costs of this whole thing are astronomical, but that's unfortunately what things cost. This park district just recently approved a remodel of the showers in the swimming pool. $500,000 to remodel showers. The numbers are staggering. How could it possibly cost that much money to do something seemingly so minor? And I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that we are a public entity and we're subject to laws and regulations set down by Sacramento that require us to have standards, prevailing wage, and other things that drive costs astronomically higher. And So that's just something for everybody to keep in mind for the future. When Sacramento does things for the good of us all, it impacts us in ways like this. But the way I look at this project is, and first of all, that what our job up here is as two public entities is we are here to serve the public. And the city and the Park District have somewhat different boundaries, but we, for the large part, serve the same constituencies here. And so I think we can talk in terms of the same people that we're serving. I look at the Park District and the city as partners in this project. I know that the project that we're building is built on park property. The intention is for it to be operated by the Park District, but it is serving the public that we commonly serve. And as before I was ever elected to public office, I always looked at as being a taxpayer of when I pay my taxes, I don't look at it as this chunk is going to the city and this chunk is going to the county and this chunk is going to the school district. I pay my taxes because I want the governmental entities to cooperate, to work together, to serve the public in the best possible way. So I would ask the city to keep that in mind when they're making their decisions into how much they want to partner with us in this project. This is as a really, really expensive project. We can look at it just as that way. It's like, oh my gosh, how expensive this whole thing. But I think we have to look at it as an amenity. This is something that adds value to this community. It adds value to the seniors and the quality of life that they have. It adds value to the non-seniors and the gymnasium and other projects that are available to them. It adds to property values. It's the sort of thing. It's the sort of amenity in a city that businesses who are looking for places to locate, for families that are looking for places to locate, they look for things like this in their community. And so it's a worthwhile project. And so I think it behooves us to do the best we can, to do the best job we can, and provide the best product possible. And we need to remember that this is a project that's going to go on long past any of us sitting up on this behind this dais. There'll be long additional city councils and Park District members decades from now who are going to be running these things. So in terms of thinking in it long range, I think we also have to look at it in terms of who's going to bear the cost of this. When I looked at the point I was trying to make earlier in comparing the costs, the operational costs of A versus B, B versus D, B is less expensive. It's more expensive to build up front, but is less expensive to maintain over time. And I heard the comments that it's just a single part-time employee that makes the difference. I don't know if that's true or not, but I do know that the single most expensive thing in the district is employees. Employees are very, very expensive, and I don't foresee a way that by separating this project into a number of different buildings that we're going to reduce the number of employees. At bare minimum, we're going to use the same number, and it's easy to foresee why we would need additional manpower to cover multiple buildings rather than a single building. So, as a public entity, I think it's. Governmental entities for decades have bought things today that future generations can pay for. And I think we need to do the best we can to pay for it up front and spare future generations additional costs that are unnecessary because we wanted to save money up front. And so I look at B in that sense. Let me look at my notes here for a second. In terms of looking at B versus D, the footprint of B occupies less less space, it occupies less of the present green space that we have here. The city and the district, we have a limited amount of green space in the city. We're not going to get any more. I think what we have, we need to do the best we can to preserve what we can. So option D does build out farther onto the present green space we have and takes away from that. We need that green space for lawn bowling and soccer and dog groups and all kinds of people that want outdoor space. There's plenty of studies out there that show that green space is an asset to a community, both in terms of health and in property values and a lot of other different ways. So I think that B does preserve additional green space in that way. I think it is more respectful of the neighbors in terms of not building out as close to their property. Project B keeps everything more compact. D spreads out closer to the existing houses that surround the neighborhood. In terms of, efficiency of cost, I think we covered that already. I think that the costs of operational costs of a single building, the security of a single building, all point toward B being a better option. And so for those reasons, I think that B is a better choice. Councilman Tremblay has brought up concerns about the costs, and we all have to be concerned about the cost of the construction. It is astronomical, and I think that's for the public to decide. But I think both entities here need to do our best to pool our resources and build the best center we can to serve our community in the best possible way. And what we can't afford to build to pay for now, we have to find a way to finance out into the future. And I think it's a little premature for us today to decide what is the best technique for doing that. I think we can discuss that later. But the public will tell us whether they want it. If we design a project and the city contributes what they can, and we can contribute what we can, and we need to finance the rest of it, and the public turns us down, then they tell us they don't want this project, and maybe we scale it back and deal with that then. I don't have a problem with the incremental approach to it, but the needs of both the seniors and I think the needs of the gymnasium are both very near-term needs, not long-term needs. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Moshe?
I'm going to climb out on that tree branch with both Tony and Charlotte over here, and I'm going to be as brief as I can because I've sucked up enough air in this room already. This is a worthwhile project, and I do appreciate this process, and I do agree that there's a present need for a facility, and that need is pressing. Our senior center, I've been in it multiple times. I've got to see the seniors interact with it, and it's underwhelming, and it's not suitable to their needs, and it doesn't properly serve our population. It doesn't serve the broader community the way it needs to. So the need is there. I wrote down I agree with Tony in Jeremy's report, those three words: financeable, buildable, sustainable. First off, it has to be sustainable, and that is for the Recreation and Park District to try to figure out, as they would be the operators of this, how this can be sustainable going forward. I do agree that whether it's 41 million or 42 million or 34 million, it's quite a lot to swallow. That's a rather large elephant. The best way to tackle an elephant is to attack it one bite at a time. So I do agree with the need to phase or stagger this project over some period of time. I think it's the only way we're going to be able to make this work out in a reasonably financial way. Both these numbers are simply too staggering. I don't think either of our two organizations would be willing to front this or put this out up front, and I question whether the public, as good of a need it serves, whether they're, depending on what that, if something goes out to bond, what that would, whether they would have an appetite for a larger number versus maybe a smaller incremental number. But we need to approach this pragmatically. It needs to pencil out. So apart from my criticisms on the O&M report, I do feel like we need to really buckle down and focus. I think some of the details are being glossed over. I think we need to sharpen our pencils, and I think that can be done. In terms of direction, I like option B. I agree with a lot of what Charlotte said in her support of option B. I think overall, and
I'm sorry, B or D?
B as in boy. Bravo. I think thinking out in the long term, although I'm not necessarily fond of the seismic retrofit either, I agree that it's going to come soon enough, and just from a safety standpoint too, it probably just needs to be done. But I think option B, even though it would be phased out, I think would provide a much greater facility than having a standalone building. I understand the operational constraints that might put on staff, having a whole separate standalone building. I think trying to fit everything under one continuous roof would be far more beneficial. That's pretty much all I got. So I like the direction of B, but just not necessarily that number nor that size and that scope.
Okay. What else? Mike, you want to?
Yeah, I'll try to go next. In terms of the two plans, I like Plan D as in dog. Even if the cost was exactly the same, what I'm looking at here is, first of all, the auditorium that we have has the windows on the east side. Plan B would interfere with some of the light during the daytime. That's the only light that comes in. And we're going to be building a hallway over that with Plan B. So you're interfering with the natural light coming into the auditorium with Plan B. The other big issue I have with Plan B, and the main issue I have with Plan B, it forces everybody to come up to that central point in the center courtyard, if you want to call that, in front of the auditorium. If you look at the park, when I look at flow for pedestrians moving around, I'm not just looking at the campus with the buildings, I'm also looking at the parking lot. So what I'm looking at is the parking lot. In that little tiny dinky parking lot with about 100 cars in front of that main entrance fills up very quickly all the time. And so what's going to be happening if we went with Plan B, we're going to have a lot of overflow to the east side, which is the main parking lot. And with Plan B, the people are going to have to walk from the east parking lot all the way around those buildings, coming into that center courtyard, and then walking back to where they were. So it's really going to be a negative impact for all the people parking in the parking lot. And you can go by there even when there's nothing going on in the buildings sometimes, when we have the volleyball teams out there practicing on Thursday night and playing games, that front parking lot is jammed. It's full. And they're overflowing into the east. That's not even using the auditorium. So to me, Plan D provides a better access point to the existing parking lot structures that we have. The front parking lot could be used for the people using the green grass area of the parkland, and then the east parking lot, which is the main parking lot, can then use that entrance coming in from the east side. So it splits out the parking demand and spreads it out over the entire campus instead of concentrating it all up against the front, especially when you talk about the seniors and stuff. So even without the cost, I still think Plan D is the way to go. And then, as it was mentioned and kind of talked about a little briefly, you don't know what's going to happen when you open up walls. I know the park board here, 8-10 years ago, did a rework at one of the buildings over at Freedom Park. And staff knew there was lead in that building. Staff knew there was asbestos in that building. And they said, oh, it's only going to cost this much. By the time that project was done, it was over twice as expensive. And I doubt very much if the board would have probably even authorized it to go forward. But once you start opening up those walls and you start working, you're stuck. You're stuck, and it's like it's one of those big sinkholes. And so that cost number of whatever we're looking at here, roughly 41.8 million. I think it's going to go way up above that once you start touching the existing buildings. So I like Plan D over Plan B, personally. Now, phasing, I think that's great. I have no problem with phasing. To me, if the auditorium goes last, that's okay. That doesn't bother me as much. What my issue would be is if you're looking at the cost to build the whole build-out over time and the operating cost over time, all those things have to add up. Going out for a bond issue or something and just doing part of the structure and saying, oh, we'll get to other stuff later, that won't work. Unless we can come up between the two agencies with a mechanism to build this over time, and so the monies may have to come in over a period of time, and that's okay with me. But unless we have a total picture with the total funds available for the entire project over maybe a 10-year period or something, whatever that be, then there's no reason to do that approach. Because we're joking. I mean, we will have, I think, myself and I think the rest of the board, I think we could come up with the operating costs. But again, that depends on how the city is going to be going forward with this. For the public to know, I think everybody up here knows this, in Thousand Oaks and Simi Valley, the cities completely built the senior center, 100% of the cost. They own those buildings. They pay the utility costs. They pay the janitorial service. They pay for the toilet paper. If a pipeline plugs up and they have to call Roto-Rooter out, the city pays for it. It's their building. In Thousand Oaks and Simi Valley, the city owns the land. Now, in Thousand Oaks, it's like us. They pay $1 per year lease to Canal Rec and Park because they built it on Canal Rec and Parkland. But the city pays all those costs. So those operating costs are then transferred back to the city, not to the Canal Rec and Park District. And for people to understand, I'm not aware of a single senior center anywhere in California that has been paid through basically by the local park district. It's always been the city / and/or county who's paid for these things. And when you're talking about cost, you also have to look at the cost that we have here compared to Canal Rec and Park. They're twice the population. They have more than twice the income, and they couldn't afford to put that building up. They also got 2 of those 4 basketball indoor court gyms built by developers as required by the city of Thousand Oaks when developers were going in. So 2 of those facilities were paid for without a dime coming out of the taxpayers because the developers paid for 2 of those and then handed over to Canal Rec and Park. We didn't have that here. Also, for example, for the public who don't know, there's something called a redevelopment agency stuff in the past and blah, blah, blah. We lose over $300,000 a year to the city through redevelopment costs. Again, comparing us to Canal Rec and Park, the city of Thousand Oaks, when they set up their redevelopment agency, set up a 100% pass-through for their Canal Rec and Park district. Canal Rec and Park, they have $600,000 taken out of their property tax, and then when the city gets it, they return it right back to them. They get 100% of that back. We don't. We're losing out. So we've lost over $6 million over the last 20 years to the city's redevelopment agency. And using the city's own, they had a consultant come in here and look at some stuff. When I look at that consultant report from the city, it's going to be over 30 years before Rec and Park breaks even on our redevelopment funds that we're losing. That's just to get our money back without even making any interest. So Canal Rec and Park, who doesn't have to pay redevelopment funds, who got 2 of their gyms built for free, they couldn't even afford to do that. The city still paid for that, and they're operating that. And so we're really behind a big 8 ball here. For us to go out and get funds on our own to make up whatever the difference is and operate it, it's going to be almost impossible. I don't see, we can look at the numbers. And again, I was at the same meeting that your financial consultant came in there 2 weeks ago, and he even said, well, he was assuming $30 million. He even said, he said point blank, the park district cannot, even if we wanted to, we could not go out and get a bond or financial issue for $30 million. We're not large enough. We're too dinky and small. Our monies are too small. There is no way we can even afford to do that. No one will do that. It doesn't even matter if the voters vote for it or not, because no one will even issue that to us. So we do have restrictions, money-wise, that we have to talk about. Now, if the city says, well, just look at this X number and stuff like that. That's okay. We can look at that and try to come up with something and see what we can build for X amount of money. And we'll try to operate it and stuff. But we need to know that up front. But unless there's a master plan that fulfills the whole thing, I don't see, again, we have some issues there. So I want to see a master plan for the whole thing. If we're not going to do it, then we need to get realistic and figure out what's going on. And maybe phase it out over 15 years if we have to. I don't know. Or talk to the developer. That's something, again, that's something we need to talk with the city. If another big developer comes in, there's a big development, maybe they can help pay for a gym or something. I don't know. But that's where I'm standing right now.
Okay. Anyone else want to?
Okay. One of the things that when I was campaigning that I heard quite consistently was the need for the senior center. And at the same time, I also heard from younger families about the need for the gym. So I'm really struggling with this because when I was out there, not sitting up on the dais and listening to the conversations about this, I was wanting the city to put more money in. And now as I have to make or help make that decision, the gravity of that decision is weighing a little bit more on me. So first I'll talk about my comments about both of the plans. I thought I liked option B until Mr. Mishler spoke and brought up some really good points about option D. I think there's pros and cons to both. I think option B is safer. I think it's safer because it's just more central. It has one entrance. It will be seismic retrofitted. And I think a lot about safety these days. I think I'm concerned about how far the gymnasium extends out in option D. I understand why my first thought was to turn it perpendicular, but now I understand why you didn't do that. But I am concerned about how close it is to the houses on that side. My inclination, though, is that I think it should be a Rec and Park decision. I think they have a better idea, but those are my thoughts. I do think that having separate buildings will require more staffing. I just do. It's separate buildings, and from a safety point of view, and a lot of public going in and out, and different programming happening, I just don't see it being able to be staffed with the same amount of people. The cost is, when I saw the cost on this, I felt the same way I did when I saw the last estimate for the desalter. I was just like, oh, come on. And, there's a lot of stuff happening right now. There's tariffs, which we don't really know where they're going to be. So there's the costs of building are just really high right now. I think that's just a fact. And I think the reason I like the idea of bringing a bond to vote is because I think it gives the citizens the decision. I think we'll hear directly from them whether they think it's important enough in our community to put a bond out. As far as I agree, I have no problem with the incremental version either, but my first question is, would it drive the cost up to build incrementally rather than do it all at once? And if so, then we have to weigh the added cost of that, if there is one, against the cost of doing it all at once. I also agree, though, that if we're going to go to a vote, if we're going to talk about and really sit down and hammer out exactly how much the city is going to contribute, then we really need to know what the project is going to be at the end of the road, even if we do it incrementally. I think we have to have a really good handle on what the entire project is, what it's going to be, the final numbers, even at the end of build-out. I don't really think I have anything to add except, this, it's funny, when I was at the community center. I'm not there often, but I was there a couple weekends ago, and as I walk in, I feel like I'm back in the 70s. And I know it's expensive, but this city deserves better. It deserves better for our seniors, and it deserves better community center for our families as well. I remember when my kids were playing basketball, squeezing up against the wall at Freedom Gym, and that thinking that the walls were going to fall on me. And now we've lost that, which is probably a good thing, but we need other space. The need for a gym is important as well. So my fear with the incremental building is that the gymnasium will be last, and I think that needs to be a priority as well. This is really hard. I think this is difficult for all of us. I'm not going to speak for all of you, but I think I know you all well enough to know that it's not about throwing around money, but it's trying to weigh how much we're going to spend with how important this is to the community. So that's all I have.
So you at B or D? I just wanted, or do you want to say it like both?
No, I honestly, I lean towards B.
B is in.
If I had to pick one, that's where I'd be.
All right, anybody from the park board want to talk here?
Well, I'm a bit surprised and I'm a bit not surprised by the reaction here. I'm surprised because we jointly paid, in my mind, a lot of money for a study of what the community's needs were. And the community's needs were estimated around these numbers. So then we paid some more money to Jeremy and company to come up with some options, and a lot of work went into deciding a couple of options. And the numbers are similar. They're big numbers. They're big. It's a big decision. I remember when we had to decide to spend $11 million on a sports park. And I remember Councilman McDonald asking us, can you guys take care of this once you have it? It's the best park in the whole damn county by a country mile. That's how we take care of it. So the notion that we would get into this and not be able to take care of it, you can just not worry about that, because we'll figure out how to make it happen. But I'm not surprised, because it's very hard to make a decision that costs this much. There's lots of people out there thinking, what are they thinking spending that kind of money? But the reality is you either spend what it takes to have it or you don't have it. And we don't have it. The needs assessment says we need it, and it needs to get built. Now, when you do things in phases, they absolutely cost a lot more money, because building a big building is a lot less expensive than building a smaller building and another smaller building. Not only from construction costs, but the costs of building go up faster each year than the financing costs. When you look at the numbers, and especially at today's interest rates, the borrowing at today's price is a lot cheaper than waiting down the road. Plus, then you have to figure out how to actually find the money to do it again down the road. So why it always looks nice to, like, okay, let's pick a smaller number, the reality is it doesn't make sense. It makes sense to build the one that you want. And in my mind, spending an extra $7.5 million so that you can have one entry makes no sense. The reality is this is a public building, and the public will be opening all those doors that you see around the edge of the building. And we are not going to secure access to this building. The people are only going to come through the lobby that need to. The kids that want to play basketball in the gym are going to go through the gym doors into the gym. We're not going to have this single point of access. So a lot of the operational things, which is where I spent a lot of my time in recreation before I became a board member, that stuff is all very achievable and doable. What's hard is sitting down and saying, we're up for this, and we're going to figure out how to do it. That's the hard part. And what Mike said about the financing, that's just the facts, man. That's just the hard, cold facts. That 4% of your property tax, which is what we get, won't fund this stuff. It just won't. The only way we have that sports park is that we did an assessment. And, it only took $29 of property, and we were able to build it and operate it and pay the financing on the 30-year note. So you got to pick what the number is, and we got to step forward and figure out how to do it, because to do it in pieces isn't going to work. And it isn't going to work at today's town size. You have to keep in mind that this is, you're making jokes about 1970. They'd be making jokes about 2020 in 30 years. So, this is what we'll have left. And the town's going to be a whole lot bigger by then. So this thing is absolutely needed, and we have to step up and spend the money we need to. And to me, option D is a clear winner, because $7.5 million less is $7.5 million less. That's a lot of money every year on the financing side. So that's my take on it.
Well, we've had a lot of discussion here tonight, and if you kind of take a trip a little bit down memory lane here, I was here, I believe it was 1968 or 69 when we built both the community center and the indoor pool there. And I can remember, believe it or not, I was relatively young back then. The conversation was real similar to what we're having tonight. Camarillo, the demographics back then were far, far different than they are today. Camarillo was a much younger city back then than what they are today. And the pool was a huge issue. And one of the biggest issues is, do we make it Olympic size or just make it normal size? And the discussion was, my gosh, you make it Olympic size, it'd be great for the community, but boy, is it a whole lot more expensive than if we just make it normal size. So they decided to go with an Olympic, I believe, an Olympic-sized pool. Am I right on that? At least in those days, was it?
I'm not a
think in
swimmer,
those
so don't
days
look
it
at
was. Was it not? Yeah. Well, the discussion was that we weren't going to make it the Olympic size, but the whole city had a real big discussion about that, and the numbers were staggering back then, and they remained real staggering right now. My feeling with this is that if you're going to do a bond, which is what they did back then, and I might add it was overwhelmingly passed in the city. Now, it's a far different time today than it was back then. I totally understand that. But it was passed overwhelmingly. To me, it makes a whole lot more sense, and I understand, the phasing situation here, but it makes a lot more sense for me to go out, if we're going to do a bond, which I don't know any other way to finance it. We can open up, more discussions here, but the reality is that we're probably going to have to look at another type of funding here. And you certainly don't want to go out for a bond more than once. So if we're interested in doing that, my recommendation is that we do all of it with a single bond here. And I think it was brought up here that construction costs, keep rising every year. We were fortunate with the Springville that it was in the depths of the recession, and we got an incredible, rate on that. But those days are long, long gone for that. So my recommendation is I do like option D because of the cost, and I kind of like the layout, but I want to commend both of the liaison committees and the Park District, too. I like both of them. I really do. They're solid plans. There's positives and negatives like was brought up here on both of them. But I think option D in the long run will serve us better. I do have a concern. I was pleased that it was brought up. I have a concern about the maintenance of the building. If you look at the years that the building is functional, you pay way more maintenance over time than you do the original cost of the building here. I do have a concern about that. It's somewhat laid to rest now, but I do think that the city is obviously going to have to get involved in this for the foreseeable future. But, this is really needed. And when we were talking about it, we were talking about a senior center first. And I think that is really, really needed. There's no question on both entities and the public out there that we definitely need a senior center. And with the demographic of Camarillo, we have more senior citizens per capita than any other city in the county. I think that's important for all of us to realize. So my recommendation is that, we look at financing options here. My recommendation is option D. And my recommendation, if we do decide that we're going to go out on a bond, that we do the whole thing at once, because I think in the long run, we're actually going to be saving money on that. I totally understand the phasing, but if you look at construction costs, they just don't seem to be able to get a handle on the construction costs. And my concern is if you do phase it, that it's going to be so far out there that, it may or may not be built. So that's my recommendation is option D with some kind of a bonding. I do like that GEO bond and a little bit different than some of the others, but go out for whatever the cost is to build the whole, the whole plan here as we've been deliberating.
You said D, Kevin?
Yes, I said D.
I'm sorry, I still can't understand you.
D is in David.
Got it.
Yeah. Anyone else want to make any
I'm going to
comments?
make a comment, but Elaine.
Elaine, do you want to go?
I don't know what I want to say that hasn't been said.
Yeah, I know. It's when you go last, that's what happens, isn't it?
So I'm going to be really short, and my fellow board members are going to say she's going to be short. So I'm mixed on what I want. Way back when I was really into the B is in Bravo. I understand, trust me, I spent 40-some years in HR and staffing and on workforce utilization, and I have concerns about staffing. However, I think D is in Delta is probably our best bet when it comes to the location, the layout, taking into consideration the lot that we have available, the property. And I definitely think it should be a one-time shot. As everybody knows, I'm trying to do some building in my place, and what's going on is with all the fires, you can't get anything, and what you can get is so expensive. And we live in Southern California. The costs are only going to go up. There is not going to be any stabilization or anything. It's just going to keep on going. So I think it's a one-time shot. Bond's going to have to be it, and that's what I would go for, is a D for Delta.
Sure. Actually, I think that Mark Mallory stole some of my items on my cheat sheet. How could he have known that I was going to say all those things? Imagine this city without a pool. Just imagine how many letters and phone calls and emails and texts that the people sitting up here would get if it wasn't there. And I know, because I've felt that wrath before. Well, when the old dilapidated gym, that's, to me, I don't even think it was really a gym to start with. I think it was a building they converted to a gym. The roof is way too low for a real gym. At any rate, it's a mess, and the Park and Rec District has gotten by using it and keeping it as patched up as much as we could. And just imagine what it's going to be like when that's gone. To me, this was never an incremental project. It was always a complete project. Why? Because we have youth in this city and we have seniors in this city. I'm one of the seniors. I'm 69 years old. Yeah, I know I don't look it, but I'm one of you. But I'm in an environment. I have a law office here in town. I'm involved with sports programs. I'm on the district board. And I get to hear from everybody. Why? Because I make my telephone available to anybody that wants to call me. All you got to do is call the district, and you can get a hold of me. And I hear what they want. I can tell you, some of the city council tonight have expressed an interest in doing an incremental project. Trust me, incremental means no gymnasium. That's exactly what it means. It's never going to happen, and everybody sitting up here knows it. So I'm not afraid to say it. I can remember back when we first started these talks, and my fellow board members, we had a number of discussions about this, and I was quite negative. I said, the city's never going to cough up the money. They're never going to see the difference that the people out here in this city are all the same people. They all pay taxes out of their same wallets. It isn't city money. It isn't Park and Rec money. It's your money. And you should get what you want. Instead, you got a desalter. Good luck with that. Can you imagine this great city that we have here without a gymnasium? We got a crappy little gymnasium now. Imagine none. I just don't think you can be a great city and just have things like that not exist. Everybody's going to get to use it. It won't be just young people. The seniors will use it too. Believe me, all kinds of things will come up. They'll be able to do the Wii bowling that is so popular. There'll be tons of things that are invented by the creative staff that we have at the Recreation and Park District. It'll make money, probably more money than we think it'll make as we sit here today. We got to find a way to do this. Everybody has to be on board. I know that there's people in the community out there trying to split the seniors away from the young people. Yeah, that could work. Maybe it's a strategy that will work. I hope not. Everybody has to stick together. And we need to get this, and we need to make the people who have your money in their account see it the same way. And I think they will if you let them know. I noticed that at the meetings that we have at the district, that the numbers are dwindling. And I'm thinking, are people losing interest? And then I hear from other people, and they say, no, it's just they think you got the deal done. We don't have the deal done. It's going to take help. We can find a way to do it. About the noise regarding the gyms, I used to play in the gym every day of the first 2 years of my high school career. I quit when I got a car, but that's another story. I don't remember with the doors closed in a gymnasium it being very loud outside of the gymnasium. Even with a full basketball game on a Friday night with it packed, if the doors were closed, you could barely hear anything on the inside. So I don't think a few teams playing on the court are going to make a lot of noise. And so that is something that, I'm not a fortune teller or a prophet or anything like that. But maybe that is something that we need to look at, and maybe the criticism is just. I just don't particularly think so based on my own experience. The comments that were made about the B and D, the lobby will be overwhelmed with one of these provisions. We can't have all the guys that are going to be playing basketball every night going through the lobby and disrupting the people there that are supposed to be keeping an eye on things. We need to have it more the gymnasium, especially in the evening, more accessible. Kevin mentioned the Olympic size pool at the district. I don't know. Maybe he's right. Maybe Olympic-sized pool was a whole lot smaller back in those days. But one of my greatest criticism is our pool is too darn small. We can't even get all the people in it. So that's another thing I'd like to do before I'm done with my days here, and that is to rebuild that pool and make it a lot bigger than it is now.
Did you ever decide B or D? Did you mention that?
I'm getting there.
Oh, okay. I'm just wondering.
When we first started out this trip, I told my fellow board members, I wasn't going to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I said, we should just go to the people right away. They're never going to do it. They always have seen. Now, there's 2 members on the council now that weren't there. But they're always going to see somehow their vision is going to be like tunnel. And they kind of will look out here and see you people as district people or city council people. They need to start looking at you as all one, because you are, in fact, all one. And we need to put projects in this city, whether they're done by the Park and Rec or they're done by the city council. Who cares who does them? I think Dr. Dixon made that comment. Who cares who does it? Who cares whose bank account the money's in? It's not sacred. It's just money that they took from you and me. Tons of it from me, by the way. I'm for D because we talked about this and went through all the machinations that are required, and at the end of the day, at least on that particular night that we discussed it, I believe D had a unanimous. Wasn't it the decision unanimous? Yes. So maybe somebody's changed their mind as we sit here tonight.
Actually, I'm sorry, but it was unanimous D1 versus D. Not D versus.
Well, they changed it to D, though, in order to get rid of the multiple. So it was D at the end of the night. In any event, everybody's entitled to do whatever they want to do. Lastly, I'd just like to say that these projects are, in my opinion, not only necessary, they're mandatory, because that's what a good city would have. Thank you. That's all I have.
Tony, do you have
Thanks for that, Mr. Kelly. I've got a number of comments because I went first, so I'm going to exercise.
So we're cutting you off.
I'm going to exercise some privilege on this. First of all, from a macro standpoint, I think we have to do more tonight than just pick B versus D. The second item under suggested action on the agenda is to provide direction to the liaison committee to further refine the next phases of the project and identify funding sources. So I think we have some more work ahead of us, respectfully. You've got some basic approaches here. One is that the parties agree on contributing a certain sum of money toward getting, if it's decided that there are some facilities that ought to be built sooner and now rather than later waiting on bonded indebtedness, you have a contribution in by both parties, you go to a design build, and you build those facilities now. That's option one. In my personal opinion, we're not far from being able to do that. I know that I had a strenuous argument with the prior city council on what the city could afford. I would very much like to revisit that conversation when the time is right. I don't think that time is right tonight, but it's not far from now. And maybe it'll be a different conversation. The Park District, as I understand it, has general fund reserves now somewhere in the range of $5 million to $6 million. At least that's what we were told by the financial consultant. And I know there are some Quimby funds. So I know there is some money, at least, that the Recreation and Park District can put forward. What I'm trying to say is that we're not far from being able to complete a first increment or a first phase of these facilities. I've been representing public entities for over 30 years. You are absolutely right, those of you who said it costs more to incrementalize a project than doing it all up front. The question I have, though, is do you want to take that time and wait to do a bonded indebtedness, or do a large bonded indebtedness, or a bonded indebtedness with a net amount reduced by what the parties can contribute in cash, or do you want to move forward now? There's no doubt in my mind that the city and the district in the aggregate cannot afford, without there being some kind of bonded indebtedness, the city and the district just don't have the cash in hand to do all this. And I happen to agree with Mr. Kelly, and I've said this before and I mean it, and that is that our population, the populations of the district and the city are relatively synonymous, and I've had this argument before on this dais. That said, if you want to wait to go to a bond for all of the project, I understand, but here's what you keep bumping into. You bump into what the parties can afford. And right now we can't afford a $34 million option D or a $41 million option B without going to some kind of indebtedness. And meantime, we sit. Again, I think there's the potential of combining resources and going to a design build and getting some of this built now. And I can see much of the, if not all, the first phase being built, with including some of the components that are in here in the program detail cost on page 39. So the question in my mind is, do you want to wait, or do you want to do something in the sooner term? And I think that's one question that we should evaluate tonight and decide what we want to do. And respectfully, Mr. Kelly, focusing on you.
It's all right.
That's okay. It's two attorneys going at each other. You know, the city is spending an awful lot of money on a desalter. And the city has a whole array of projects and priorities that it has to be mindful of, that we have to be mindful of, you know, including some old courthouse and DISDAR and desalter, et cetera, all of which I would argue or submit to you are just as important, I'm not going to say more important, I'll just say are at least just as important as a gymnasium. And I get it, because I would like to see a gymnasium. The town is woefully short of gymnasiums. But I want to try to move us forward, and I want to make sure that people understand this. As City Council, there are competing priorities. There's also a certain amount of money that we got in the bank that we can draw on. So the question is, do we move forward now, or do we wait? And if we wait, then what will happen is we're going to start a process, we're going to start a CEQA process with, I guess, either option B or option D, go to some sort of debt ballot measure in November of next year, so we're 14 months out, and we'll see where that goes. I do think we can support it. I just don't think we can spend money relative to it in terms of educating. I think you can actually take a position, but under Stanson versus Mott, we can't spend money on it. So, I understand, but I think we can take a position, but I defer to the city attorney on that one. All right, so anyway, bottom line is I want to put that choice, and it's rather stark to you, and then also suggest that, you know, and suggest to the chairs that, you know, we're picking option D versus B, but then let's give some more of the roadmap from a macro standpoint, because the liaison committee needs to know where to go on this. So I see a number of issues that are on the table. Thank you.
Oh, okay, I think, there's a lot of things that are very important here, but not the least of which is that we should at least decide tonight option B or option D. I think all of us up here agree that we should definitely do that. And then the funding needs to be discussed, and I'll throw this out there that as one person up here, I'm willing to revisit, the funding issues here, but I think that's going to take some time for both boards to come, together and really thoroughly, look into what potential the funding. At least we kind of know what nut we have to crack up here as far as the cost of this thing. I don't look for any of these to, go down very much. So the numbers are the numbers up here. So I think part of the motion obviously should be either option B or option D. And then I think we also, whether it's a separate motion or not, but talk and give staff some direction about, the funding options and what we'd like to see.
Could I just ask that we don't jumble everything up into one big motion? We take these individually.
We can certainly do that. So I think maybe first, let's do option B or option D. And maybe we can
Mr. Mayor, if I may, in listening to the conversation, we've got the option B or D decision to be made by the City Council and also by the District Board. So starting with the City Council, let's have the City Council decide option B or D. And then also, amongst the council and also amongst the board, there's indecision about whether or not the project should be done in total or phased. And I think that question needs to also be answered to be able to give direction to the liaison committee. In terms of financing, I don't think the board has had the full benefit of the discussion that the City Council had in study session about financing options. And I think we should defer that particular question because there are so many nuances to that and so many different avenues that I think that's going to take a lot more time than for either body to try to make that decision tonight. So what I am suggesting is two things should be decided by both boards, and that is either B or D, or either the whole project or phased.
Okay. Everybody concur with that, Council?
I think that's the only way to do it, because we have individual boards that need individual votes.
Okay, so why don't we...
I'll move for the City Council to select option B, Bravo. And I'm using that because that's the Zulu alphabet. I'm not saying Bravo, I like it.
Your option B. As
B.
Okay.
What was that?
B.
Just kidding.
Sure. Does somebody want to second that, or? What would you...
She has a question.
Okay, let's do a question first.
What happens if we vote B and they vote D?
You get to come up with an extra $7.5 million.
Yeah, that's it.
And we're not going to play any part in it,
That's essentially right.
Some of us will be happy.
My suggestion at this point is let's see where the votes fall out.
Okay.
And then we can come back and see if we can get a better meeting of the minds and try to get some consensus here. Otherwise, honestly, I'm not going to call Mary and say, let's meet as a liaison committee. We're deadlocked. So let's see if we can make this work out.
Okay. So there's a motion
No second.
for B, Bravo. Was there a second? Okay. So let's entertain another motion.
All motion at the count. We're going to go to the runner?
Whoever wants to do it. You have a follow-up?
Whether we could go with B or D, and whether or not we go with phasing, as I look at, say, just B, because I'm just focusing on B right now, if you were to phase B, I would think that, or maybe not, I don't, you have I throw the gymnasium and the locker restroom, I kind of lump those two together. although they're kind of in completely different sections of this building. And I don't necessarily know that without the gymnasium, you necessarily need that much in restrooms, further complicating the whole phasing aspect of it. So my question is whether or not, if we choose phasing, how much latitude do we have in changing the design? Are we literally saying, I want option B as it exists now, or I want the direction of option B? And if we conclude that we're going to do phasing, it's within the spirit of option B, but it may have to get reworked to accommodate phasing. Does that make sense?
No.
Well, if there's only one who wants B, it doesn't matter, Sean.
Tony, you have a comment?
Well, it might be true for...
Okay, well, logically, I think that goes to question 2, Sean.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we're deciding tonight that if the mutual approach is taken that the project be done in increments, 2 phases basically, we're not I don't think you're giving the liaison, at least I don't think the council's giving its liaison committee direction on what exactly from a program space standpoint, how it's going to be phased. I do think there are some general ideas about it, but I don't know that we need, I guess I wouldn't want to get to that, to the point of having specifics delineated. I think you would want to have your liaison committee have the flexibility to take some different approaches maybe. So anyway,
that's kind of goes to my question. Right. I assume we'd be giving the liaison committee that flexibility to work out some of those
We would.
details.
It's mostly in the concept of the design that we're talking about here. There will be obviously some tweaking and some rewrites and various things on that.
With that, with that, then, let me make a motion that for the purposes of the council, option D, as in David, would be the preferred project design.
This is going to have to be a voice vote because I don't have anything to vote
We'll have to
with
do a
down
voice
here.
vote, right? Yeah. Was there a second? Okay, there's a motion and a second. We'll do a voice vote, please, Ms. Madeline.
Councilmember Craven?
No.
Councilmember Mulchay?
No.
Councilmember Santangelo? Yes. Vice Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
Mayor Kildee?
Yes.
That motion carries.
Okay, now I believe it's yours, Bob.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that our board adopt it and go with Plan D, as in David.
Second?
Second.
Okay.
Director Mishler?
Aye.
Director Malloy?
Aye.
Director Dixon?
No.
Director Magner?
Aye.
Chairman Kelly?
Aye.
Okay, so the next motion needs to be how we are going to get more information to both of the liaison committees about potential funding options and...
No, Mr. Mayor. The next motion needs to be made as to whether or not the board and the city council want to see the project phased or the full project completed.
And we'll deal with the funding.
We'll deal with the funding at a later date.
So does everybody understand whether we're going to phase it basically or we're not?
I will make a motion that it be phased without specifically specifying what's where, because I think that's what the liaison committee will have to look at.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and there's a second. We'll have to do another voice on this, please.
Councilmember Santangelo? No. Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
Mayor Kildee?
No.
Motion carries.
3-2?
3-2.
To phase?
Yes.
Okay. Bob?
Motion, please.
I'll make a motion to not phase.
I'll second that.
Well, the motion is to actually,
Complete it
as one package.
Director Magner?
Yes.
Director Dixon?
Yes.
Director Malloy?
Yes.
Director Mishler,
Yes?
Director Kelly.
Yes.
Okay, so now we have two boards that have somewhat of a, I don't want to call it a disagreement, but we have a different mindset here. So,
Mr. Mayor, I recommend a recess at this point.
a recess? Okay.
Yes,
All
just
right.
take a 5-minute break.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll be back.
Thank you.
That was a good decision. There's going to be a line.
going to have a drive-by, are we?
Well, the way it ended was so perfect, making a pass into triple coverage that wasn't going to be enough.
Okay, so I'm going to reconvene this meeting, and we'll just reiterate what happened here. We do have, as far as the phasing, we have one entity that feels that it should be phased, and we have another entity that feels that it shouldn't. So my thinking is we probably need to have a discussion here about where we go from here as far as that. We have started and landed on an option, and I think we do need to have some further discussion on the phasing and see what direction that we give the liaison committees on that. So I don't know if there's any staff report or any council members or board members that want to start talking about.
Let me just ask a clarification question about this phasing. To me, again, like I stated earlier, to me, and the reason I wanted the whole thing is I want to be able to have an answer for the whole project. I mean, whatever we decide to do. And as long as we have a master plan, and this may sound strange, I don't care if we phase it in or not, as long as we have a master plan. So if we have a master plan, this much cash is going to be coming from wherever sources, and we're going to go to the public for X amount, and the whole thing adds up to whatever the project is, I'm comfortable with that. I'm just saying, so to me, when we use the word phasing, I'm not really thinking so much of building as I am, to me, having a total defined package that everybody agrees upon. That's where I'm kind of going. I'm not sure if that helps anybody else, if we can come to an agreement on that.
So I think what you're saying is that you really want us to agree on the master plan of that and how we get there.
Well, whether it's a one-step or two-step process doesn't bother me as long as we have a master plan, to me. I'm not sure if that helps or makes it worse for discussion.
Okay.
I didn't elaborate, but that was what I was thinking of when I made my motion.
Oh, okay. Does that help or not? I'm not sure.
I think it did.
It might be better to define what I don't want. I don't want to have to sit down and do the first half or whatever percentage of the project we do and complete that and then have to do this all over again. Go back and decide how much we're going to pay, have to go out for bond again, or however we're going to finance it.
Exactly.
That's what I mean.
I think I'm saying the same thing, but in reverse, kind of, maybe. Again, my concept of a master plan is that whatever that looks like, all the bases are covered, everything, all the I's are, dotted, all the T's are crossed, everything is laid out in a plan that covers everything, and we do it once. Now, it may be built in phases or implemented in phases, maybe, but as long as we have a master plan, a vision, that we could, a step, a process that everything falls into place. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to approach this piecemeal and say, well, I only want to look at this portion of the project and then later on figure out how we're going to approach the second portion. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Tremblay.
Well, I don't think that the concept of piecemealing, I guess my response, Susan, is why can't you have an agreement up front as to what each of the parties will contribute cash right now, how they will move forward on what was called phase one, for want of a better term, on the first part of the phasing, and then for facilities subject to the second phase, have an agreement in place about how we're going to go get the rest of the money. That, to me, is not piecemealing. And it's not leaving for a future time what the parties are going to do. You can have a master plan. You can say, we're between two different options right now, right? You can have a master plan and say, this is how we're going to get there, but we're going to do it in an incremental fashion, as opposed to, this is we're going to do it en toto, and here's where we go. So.
For me, what we're looking for is for me is rather influenced by who's going to pay what. I don't want this to be, I really don't want to devolve into a, we're trying to pinch each other for pennies or whatnot. But I know when it comes to financing, it's going to be a very important discussion. So I understand what Board Member Kelly was saying. I think some of it was just borderline like socialism, communism, or something. I didn't quite get I understood the concepts, but I understand the shared benefit. I understand the shared responsibility. My biggest hurdle is, who's going to fork over how much, and how do we make this work between our two bodies financially? Rec and Park doesn't necessarily need our permission, but they certainly need our money. And with that, there are some concerns on this side of the dais that need to be addressed, and we need to work out with one another. So I'm more or less in favor of what we're discussing, but for me personally, a lot of this is going to come down to the nuts and bolts of the numbers and how those work out and what kind of burden that places on each of our respective organizations.
Okay, so, my thinking with the phasing is if in fact that we're going to go out for a bond, and that's yet to be determined. I understand that. I didn't want that we had to go out to a bonding twice. I don't want to do that. I want to do it one time. And that was my thinking with the phasing. Now, as far as the master plan that was brought up here, I think we can agree on the master plan and how we get to the financing. I think we're going to have some more discussion on that. But as far as the phasing, the situation with me is I didn't want to have to go through two bonds. I want to be able, if in fact that's a decision, I want to make sure that we get all these numbers that we've talked about tonight as accurate as possible, and then we go forward if in fact the decision's made to go for a bond just one time. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Let me respond. I'm not advocating that anybody go out for bonded indebtedness twice. What I suggested that we consider as an option is to do what we can now, essentially with funds on hand, and then go out, which I think would meet a lot of what, I don't want to go back and be repetitive with it. I think we can meet a number of these significant components now. I think there are two primary financial Rubicons that have to be crossed. One is, at some point, I think there's going to have to be a sum certain that's borrowed, and my view would be do it through a GO bond, but we can talk about all that, in order to fund the capital construction cost. And then I do think the district the district board has to have a discussion, and I know will, about how the funds are going to be derived to operate and maintain the facilities. So you got both the capital side and the O&M side covered. And that's just the way I think you would approach it. Reasonable minds can differ on approaches, but that's the one I had talked about.
So I just want to make sure, Tony, that you're recommending that let's call it the first phase will be what we can afford right now, and then we'll talk about in the future what the bond will be to build phase 2 or 3.
You can talk about it now.
Yeah,
essentially-
that's it in a nutshell. What we can get done now, and then move forward on a second phase. But I do think that the financing discussion in terms of who contributes what, I don't know that we're ready for that tonight. I don't know if the council's ready for it tonight. I don't know if I don't want to be presumptuous. I don't know if the district board is ready for that tonight. And I heard Mr. Norman's comments earlier about whether or not that might be premature from an approach standpoint.
In terms of approach, I think what I'm a little bit concerned about is whether or not between the city and PVRPD, whether there is enough cash on hand to build a first phase, and defining first phase as everything but the gym and the lockers and the restrooms that go with that, just loosely defined. So I think Jeremy's still here and alive. So what are we talking about on Plan D for everything but the gym, the lockers, and the needed restrooms to support that? Roughly, how many millions of dollars is that?
Did you want to bring up the slide on the screen, please,
Yeah,
for
let's
the
do that.
program?
39.
Because while in concept, I think I'm understanding what you're saying.
Mr. Mayor, here's my response, Mr. Norman, and that is, one of the things I mentioned earlier in terms of approach is essentially coming up with funds that are, in my opinion, that the two sides would agree on an amount that is available now, that we can utilize without going out to incur bonded indebtedness. Providing the liaison committee with some direction of what that would look like in terms of what we can get for those amounts, and then going ahead with that as the phase one.
So you're saying phase one would be defined as whatever we can afford at the time?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
And where I think the reason I disagree with the approach is I think you're by asking the question in the way you've asked it, you've limited the ability or the maneuver or the flexibility of the liaison committee to come together to try to figure out what would be what components would be in that first phase.
Oh, okay. I understand.
And the financing discussion, I know, is not in terms of who will contribute what. I haven't agreed. I don't know that we're ready for that. I said I'm ready to have a robust discussion on it, but I think it's probably premature tonight. I've got the city's balance sheet. I mean, I can talk about it.
Okay. I misunderstood because the whole conversation I heard about phasing really did tend to bifurcate the project between a gym or not. But if what you're suggesting, just so everyone's clear here, what the council member is suggesting is that having a first phase comprised of only what could be afforded with cash on hand now, and that could be something as much as everything but the gym, or it could be one activity room or a lobby. We don't know yet. So that's what's on the table.
I wasn't talking about going out to bond twice on this from a capital standpoint.
Mr. Mayor?
You know, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, Bob.
I'm not sure I understood what you said, Tony. You said you don't want to go out for a bond twice. You want to phase the program, but only spend as much cash as we happen to have at this time. Is that did I get that wrong?
No, let me rephrase it. The Recreation and Park District has a certain amount of cash that it can contribute toward this project. The city has a certain amount of cash that it can contribute toward this project. I'm not saying what those amounts are specifically. It's my belief that the amount of cash that the parties have at the moment would be sufficient to get near or close to a pretty healthy first phase of the improvements, which would obviate the necessity for going out to bonded indebtedness. The other approach that that you and other folks want is to do the bonded indebtedness in toto for all, whatever it is, 34 million plus, which I guess would net out or excise out the amount of money that's available by both sides, that both sides would agree to. Fair enough?
That's,
Do you understand?
but the bond of indebtedness is going to occur after the first phase, or whatever you call your first phase.
Right, because I don't see how a bonded indebtedness, first of all, I don't see how we're going to get this project done in toto without going to bonded indebtedness. And if that premise is true, then I don't see how you get out to the ballot on bonded indebtedness before November of next year.
And I wouldn't disagree, but really what you're saying is the bonded indebtedness will go out for the gymnasium.
It's a delta, whatever the delta component is.
Well, we assume there is one.
Well, it's whatever that delta is.
And I'm not, the gymnasium is important. We all have different priorities, and I will stipulate that the gymnasium is important, but I also think that from an approach standpoint, we should be looking at doing this incrementally so that we can start doing the improvements sooner than later.
Okay.
Mr.
Susan?
My concern with that is probably what everybody is thinking. What happens if we go with the first phase and we cash on hand and then the bond that doesn't pass? And we've arbitrarily decided we're arbitrarily deciding which to do first. And then the second half of the project is, I understand that a vote means what the community is telling us, but we're setting it up by deciding what phases to do first.
I think what we get, one of the things that we get from a public policy standpoint, one of the advantages to that is the public sees that both the district and the city have come together to build certain facilities, and the argument is we want to do additional facilities. We consider the gymnasium, et cetera, whatever that is, to be critically important, and we've already anteed in and already built some improvements, and I think that makes the argument easier from a policy standpoint. Conversely, I would be concerned if we went to a GO bond or whatever the bond looks like, however you characterize it, in November of 2020, and for whatever reason it goes down. It's defeated. And the whole thing goes down. And at that point, we're now another 14 months down the line, or whatever it is, and we have nothing. And that concerns me. We have, we're going to have to take time for CEQA, et cetera. We're going to run some of these on a concurrent tracks. But I guess I'm of the mind that doing, I've already said my piece. I think we should do it incrementally.
Any other comments? I have a comment. I understand where you're coming from on that. I really do. But what if we take a look at this? We've got to do the CEQA process, and that's going to take anywhere from 8 to 12 months on the CEQA. We do have some committed dollars from the city. We don't have to have a discussion about the committed dollars, whether or not there's more money out there or not tonight. But being as though that we do have to do the CEQA process, if we could get that bond on the ballot for this coming November, if we can do that, and we've got X amount of dollars.
Next year.
It'd be next year. It'd be next year. Oh, next year. If we can get that on the ballot as soon as we can, we still have some committed monies that we can always start with. I don't know if you want to call it phase one or whatever we want to call it. We do have that committed monies there that we can start earlier on that. And if the bond doesn't pass, then at least we can start at least one phase.
Mr. Mayor, I respect that. I understand that approach, but the difficulty, the challenge there is ascertaining what the amount of the bond would be. Because in the approach that you've outlined, it would be unclear what we're asking the voters to support.
Well, wouldn't it be, let's say, the 34 million less the whatever amount the city's got, right? And we could deduct that from that and then go out for a bond for that, the difference between those two numbers.
It may be, but I don't know that we've had that discussion yet. And the difficulty, we're going to have to run CEQA. I'm just trying to think of this from a timing standpoint. We've got a 9 to 12 month probably CEQA process, I think, and workshop, community process, et cetera. But in the meantime, we got to put an item on the ballot. if that's what we're going to do. And we have to come up with an amount.
Well, I mean, I know right now the city's committed for, what, $8 million? We've got that money right now. So I think the question is what will $8 million get us here? I think that's the question.
No, I don't agree that that's the question, Mr. Mayor, because it's not, first of all, I would like to revisit the discussion on the council, because I already had that discussion with a robust discussion with the prior council on how much the city ought to be putting in. And I said at the time, I think it ought to be more than $8 million, and I still adhere to that. But we don't know what the district is going to be putting in. And to be fair to the district board, I don't think that the district, unless I'm wrong, has had a discussion about what it could put in yet.
Yeah,
and tonight's not that night.
I get that. I'm just trying to get some numbers here that at least we can agree on to a certain extent here. Now, they're flexible. I understand that. I understand that the notion that we can revisit this. I'm just trying to get some numbers out there so we get an idea about what we do have.
I respectfully think we should focus more on what the approach is, the macro approach is, rather than the discrete numbers. That's just where I'm coming from.
I don't know if I can make the best decision without really knowing what the cash from both parties would be able to put in.
No, and that's
So
fair.
I don't know if I could make a decision as to whether phasing it without really knowing what we would be putting down first as cash and then going out to the bond for.
Okay, so let's talk about it from the liaison committee's point of view. What is the recommendation to go back to the liaison committee? What do we need to do now? We've already decided that we did agree on option D. So now we have to decide what are the talking points for the liaison committee, and that's the process.
If I may suggest, I think, we're trying to get to this framework. We're trying to build this relationship framework agreement that we're trying to get to. And so our board can go back with staff and figure out how much money we have available or can project. I have a rough number in my head, but we can do the details on that. And we also have to factor in the operating costs because we have to operate it and run it and everything else. So we have to be careful. Then we also got to think about what we're going to be doing on our side, I think, is looking at all the stuff on the outside. Because to me, I was trying to keep a little bit of money aside so that we can have things around the outside, not paid for by the city, but that we would pick up the cost on. So we have to look at all those things. And I think the city side, I would recommend or suggest, I would suggest the city can go back, as Tony said, and maybe have an internal discussion over what they can do cash-wise. And so then we can then come back to the liaison committee after you've had your meeting and we've had our meeting to see how much cash is available. And then we can see if we can work and put together a tentative framework agreement, right? Is that kind of what you're suggesting, Tony, maybe?
Well, that was a little different. I wanted, my construct was that we would try to, if we could, agree on what the overall roadmap looks tonight in terms of having a project, building it in two phases or building it all at once, leaving aside the question of financing and et cetera. So that's where my approach.
But this is the first step we're going to have to do, no matter what path we take.
It's kind of chicken and egg, Mike. I mean,
But even if no matter what path we go down, we've still got to figure out how much money the district has and how much money the city has in the kitty.
I agree.
Before we decide, no matter what path we go down, we have to still figure that out.
Well, no, we have to figure that out. I thought that we could try. My belief is that my hope was that we could agree on, from a policy standpoint, whether or not we wanted to phase this or do it in toto tonight. But if we can't, we can't.
So what if we looked at going back through liaison, of bringing back through liaison, kind of listening to both recommendations of how long it would take to do the EIR, how long it would take to get design documents, look at what the time frame would be for the 2020 election if we put, all the steps we'd have to go through for a bond measure, and then look at, once we have both sides of what it looks like for money or cash on hand, then we could look at what it would look like to phase, and for the bond, whether we would need to do, if the bond passed, whether we would do the entire thing. If it failed, then what would be phase one? So we could kind of concurrently do those steps as we progress and go back through liaison. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Which is kind
that
of a
makes sense.
combination of both.
Because I think the amount of money that we have is going to be definitely instrumental on whether or not we phase it or in how we phase it. Obviously, we need to find out how much money that we have there, obviously, before we go out to the bond, and whether or not we can phase it or not. So that's a discussion that does need to be taken.
Yeah, I think if we follow the path you mentioned, and we go out for the bond and then make a decision, if the bond fails, we've been told don't do it. I don't think you're going to get any money out of anybody for anything. I think if we decide to go ahead with some money from the city and some money from the district, we're at least going to get what people were asking us for is, and more. The seniors will have more rooms for activities during the day. The other people, young people, middle-aged people, whoever, will have activity rooms as well. The gymnasium may not get built in that scenario, but if we wait and do and put it to the voters first, if it doesn't pass, then we've been told no. That's what I'm getting. I mean, that's what I would take from but you have to understand, yeah, that's what I'd get from if it failed.
Mary, I think with the difference of opinion between council and district right now, I mean, that may end up being, this may end up being moot. I mean, that may be the only approach we have if we retain a difference of opinion on approach that we already took in our last vote in terms of phasing versus doing it in toto. So that may be the only course that we have. I fully understand and respect that course. It's not something that I had hoped we could, I'd hope we could come to a decision on phasing versus in toto tonight.
Mr. Mayor?
All right. Park Board, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah.
Do you have a question?
Oh, it was more of a comment. Everything that you listed will help me make this decision better. I feel like I don't want to make a decision on this without having more of that information, up to whether, I don't think we should say we're going to go out for the bond for the whole amount at this point yet. I think there's more information for us to have before we make this decision.
All right.
Well, can I make a comment? My concern about committing a certain amount to go forward and begin construction now, and then later to go out to try to find financing for the remaining portion of the project, is that number one, I think you're going to by determining an amount of money that we're going to have to build, then that we have to build now, we're going to have to figure out how we're going to split the project. What parts of it do we think we want to build now, and what parts of it do we want to build later? By deferring certain parts of the project to a later date, I think you lessen the chances that you're going to get support from the broader community. Once you start fragmenting the project into small factions, well, this part, you've built the part that satisfies me, but and so I'm not going to vote for the part that I'm not going to use, and so I think that if we can certainly commit a certain amount of money that we all think is reasonable to the project, and I think that is something we can go to the public with and say, this is a project we want to bring to this community. This is the amount of money that we're committing to this project. We need this additional amount to complete it. And I think that that's our greatest probability of getting community support, when they see that we're already committing funds to it. We just need more to complete it. But if we build some part of it and say, you know what, we'd like to build phase 2, and now we want some money from you, I think that there's a certain part of the population that's going to be satisfied with phase 1 and you're going to lose a significant portion of your support. So that's my concern about taking that approach. I don't have a problem with the construction phasing, but I agree with what Director Mishler said early on. As long as we have a comprehensive plan as to how we're going to complete the entire project, not that we're going to just build phase 1 and hope that we get some funding for phase 2.
And Mr. Tremblay had a...
I think the difficulty I have with that line of argument, Dr. Dixon, is that you're making an assumption that the multi-purpose rooms and the activity rooms fundamentally serve a different population than a gymnasium. And I think you can submit that, I would hope that you would agree that both of those types of amenities serve all populations. They serve young people and families as well as serve seniors. Seniors use the gym, young people use the gym, families use the gym. The same can be said of activity rooms. So I just disagree with that logically. And what I think you're doing is you're pitting the types of improvements against one another for purposes of the argument, and I don't agree with that, respectfully.
Yeah.
May I?
Mike?
Yeah, so I'm just going to follow what Neil Dixon was talking about. I remember one of the first meetings we had, and they're going around asking for people that do designs and concepts. And I remember one table, this one group of individuals, basically their concept was take the existing auditorium and subdivide it into little meeting rooms. I mean, literally, that's what they wanted to do, because that would serve their purpose. They just needed some individual meeting rooms to do their artwork and stuff in. And they're not going to use the auditorium. They have no desire to use the auditorium. And to them, the easiest solution was just to physically subdivide the auditorium. I'm just reinforcing what Neil was saying, is that there's quite a group of individuals who are only looking at their very narrow use of what they need in the future. And you got to be careful, because if your bond's going to pass, you need the whole community to back it, not this individual sectors or segments of the population. Again, I'm just reinforcing what Neil said. It makes me nervous on that. But again, this whole thing, we're talking as if we already know we don't even know, we haven't done step 1 yet, like Mary was talking. We need to go back, and the district look at our funds, our cash, and the city looks at its cash, and then we can come back and realistically look at that, and then we can see what type of bonds monies we're looking at, and I think then we'll have a better decision point then we can make. We're talking as if we already know we can do phase 1. I don't know. I mean, $8 million isn't going to go very far. Right now, the only thing we have on the table right now, if we're playing a poker game, is $8 million from the city. We don't have anything from the district yet on the table. I mean, so.
Mr. Mayor? Mike, I tend to agree with you. I think we might have to just take this more incrementally, and that we decide to go back to our own respective corners, deliberate, figure out what money in the kitty we're each willing to contribute. And then once that's been defined, then we can maybe have this broader discussion about phasing and other things. I have my own personal opinions about it, but I don't know if we're trying to jump too big of a hurdle at this point too early on in the race.
I just have something. I think Mark said it best. We're pretty much here tonight right where we could have been 2 years ago. We didn't need to have the study. If it was about the money, we knew about the money at the time. What some of the members of this board wanted to do was to go to the city and say it was going to cost this much. Are you in or are you out? But no, then the city came back and said, well, we got to go do this study and we got to go ask all these people all of these things. And I knew at the time it was about the money. It's never changed, and it won't. The question is, are we going to do this or not? Or are we going to build straw men and then knock them down? Of all of the things that are clear to me sitting here tonight, it's that I've picked out the members of the council who do not want to build the gym. I know who they are, and they're not, no matter what we do, they are not going to do what this board wants to do. They're not going to do it. So that's where I stand.
Mr. Mayor, we have a member of the public. Would it be okay?
Can I just?
No, we're deliberating now, so it's too late for
Yeah,
that.
To the extent that that comment was directed at me, I disagree. I mean, I see a gym as important. And I see a gym together with other facilities as just as important as other facilities. In my position and in the people who have come spoken with me, the members of the public, I know what the original intention of this exercise was. And you know what? 2 years ago, there was no commitment by the city of any funds. 2 years ago, there was not a needs assessment in place, which there is now, which actually called for these activity rooms and multipurpose rooms just as much as a gymnasium. I actually support a gymnasium, and I'll put that on the record. I'm just trying to identify an approach that I think is better now. And the fact is, as I said before, we have populations in our city that, diverse populations that will use all of these facilities. They'll use the activity rooms, they'll use the multipurpose room, they'll use the gym, and that's great.
There's a member of the public, if you wouldn't mind. I'd like to have the gentleman, I know you, would you like to come up and make a comment?
He had a card in earlier.
Did you have a card? I'm sorry. Yeah, why don't you come on up if you wouldn't mind. Okay. Oh, okay. Are you Robert?
I am Robert.
Okay, Robert, yes.
It's good to meet you. I met you once down at your dad's store.
I do.
Appreciate it. I was sitting there listening to the first hour or so, and I thought, these guys in the city council know what they're talking about. And my back was killing me. My shoulder was killing me. I'm going to the hospital on Wednesday. And I thought, I'm going to go home. So I got up and I went home. Turned on the TV, see what was on. It was, Gunsmoke. I thought, okay, I'm going to watch this for a couple minutes. And then I thought, what am I doing sitting here watching Gunsmoke for a couple minutes? I'm going to find what's going on at the city council meeting. So I turned it, and it was the point where Bob was saying, trust me. And I stood up. I know Bob. I respect him. I like the guy. He's got a totally different idea of the PVRPD than I have. We've talked about it. A number of the council members, specifically Elaine, and those two have a very, very, very different view of what a recreation park district is all about. Las personas son la ciudad, right? The people are the city. No, this side over here, there's a couple of them that are sort of buying into it, and some already have bought into it. But they don't believe in that. They believe in doing what is, they think, in the best interest of what they think, which is specifically a few teams. We have one team, the Eagles team. Bob said he's involved with sports. He's more than involved with sports. He has created, he and his wife, a wonderful team, well known throughout the cities in the state of California and beyond, well beyond that. Has nothing to do with us as a part of the PVRPD, and yet it is sucking the blood, and has over the years, out of the PVRPD budget. PV Fields was originally built for everybody. You cannot go over there. You have to have your card to get in. The people that park their cars have to spend a certain amount of money, and where does it go? It goes into the teams, one team in particular. Now, last week, I think it was, we finished.
Robert, you're going to have to wrap it up. So I got to
I'm gonna
keep
wrap it up.
everybody to
I know.
3.
We just spent $1.25 million on a ballpark for 5, 6, and 7-year-old kids. Who's the team? It's a good team. It's a wonderful team. It's Magner's team. She's a wonderful woman, but she's the head of the ponies.
Robert,
So
you're going to
we-
have to wrap it up. I got to be
just
fair to
Take that
everybody.
into consideration, and I'm going to be
All right.
calling each and every one of you, and I will, you 5, I don't have to talk to you, and just lay it out for you. You don't want to do business with these people unless you know where the money's coming from and where it's going, and there's no rush to do it.
right, thank you.
I'm almost 80 years old. I can wait.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So,
I didn't submit a card, but if, I just have a question. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Don Becker. I'm at 7030 Quito Court here in Camarillo. And my question is this. You're talking about delaying, not wanting to delay until November 2020 to have the bond issue and see what's going to happen with that. And yet you're saying that the EIR, that process, is going to take 12 months. That's
is.
next September, and it's only 2 months from November. So I'm confused about what the problem is.
okay. Well, as the CEQA process, it's going to take anywhere from, 10 to 12 months to do. That's state law. That's something that we're going to have to do on this. And that does get into the 2020.
If it takes 10 to 12 months, that's next September 2020, the election would be in November.
Right. That's the, yeah.
What the phase 1 and phase
Right.
2 would be and when they would start, et cetera.
Mhm. At very best, we're at least minimum a year out. So, okay. So any other questions? Or let's see, Elaine, do you want to reiterate, I think, what your suggestion was, please?
Mary.
So the idea would be is.
Mary, I'm sorry, I called you Elaine.
It's late.
Sorry.
We're good.
Okay.
It happens.
So the EIR, as we were talking, will take 9 to 12 months. The documents, will take about 9 months. The election in 2020 is about 13 months away. So if you looked at the design and document and 2-phase project, phase 1 is what we can build with cash on hand. Phase 2 is what we would need to build, so it's still part of the entire project. And if the bond would pass, you'd bid both phases. If the bond fails, then you'd bid one phase. So that way you're doing the entire thing, looking at it from a bond standpoint, which would only go out for one.
Okay. Do you want to have a discussion on what the recommendation is? Anybody have any comments on that?
I understand it.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I said I understand it.
Okay.
I think she was real clear.
Okay. All right. Park Board, do you have any comments on what her potential recommendation is? Yeah.
I think that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Well, indeed, I mean, I understand the framework, and I agree with the framework. But my question is, we still need to do the first step, like I mentioned before. Obviously, the first step is the city has to go back and have their internal discussion, and our park district has to go back and have our internal discussion to see about the cash. I mean, that's still going to be step 1. And then at that point, I think we can get back together again and try to map out and see how some of that stuff falls out, correct? And that will still fall in line with the process you're talking about. Am I mistaken, or is that correct?
No, that was
Okay, okay. Yes.
Go ahead. I was going to say, I'd also, I know the city had a study session on the various bond options and certificates of participation and all these various options for fundraising. I think that would really be helpful for the park board to have a similar sort of discussion so that we can understand all those options too. So.
Yeah, and actually, I believe the city used, I wasn't at that meeting, but I think it was Kurt, who has also helped the district when we did and refunded the COP.
He's very helpful.
Do we want to go ahead and just, I'm assuming the city paid for that, Dave, or some fee or something?
Yes, the city paid for his work and his presentation.
Okay.
You can pay for your presentation.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's
We've
what I'm
already done
recommending.
all the heavy lifting.
I want to thank you. I want to thank the city for paying for him to pull all that information together. Now, I'm just suggesting to Mary that Mary contact him and see if he can make a presentation to us, the same that in a workshop setting, same as the city had.
I have a point of clarification. Maybe I missed something somewhere. Okay, let's assume for the moment neither side has any cash, and we decide that we're going to do a bond next November. Are we any better off if we, I mean, it still takes a year for us to go through the EIR. So the fact that we would be willing to spend $8 million, $12 million, $5 million, whatever it is, isn't going to advance the ball down the field very much, is it?
No, but they all kind of coincide. So the EIR takes about a year or 9 months. So at the same time, you can still be having discussions regarding what the project looks like, as well as what financing would look like and what that process would be to go through a GO bond.
But if we decided 2 months from now to go for a bond, and it would be less the amount of money we wanted to chip in ourselves, that wouldn't cause any delay or anything like that, would it? Maybe would you be still in the same timeline?
I think that's where we're trying to get to, is that would be within that scope.
So if, like Mr. Tremblay was saying that a certain amount of cash could be fronted by the parties, and my thought at the time was, well, that's going to advance the ball quicker. But in fact, it's not, is it?
I think it's a very simple answer. No, right. It's not going to advance the ball, because even if the city came up with $100 million tomorrow, just hypothetically, this for fun, nothing's going to happen for 12 months anyway.
Correct. That's what I was.
That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't.
And that's what the public should know.
There is something, though. These things have to be moving concurrently, and maybe you have to decide at some point before the EIR has been completed that you're going to put a bond issue on, because there's a certain date, I think it's early August, by which you have to let them know it's going to be on the ballot.
No, I understand.
The EIR hasn't been completed by then, and then you're waiting another 2 years. It has been delayed.
You're also going to need to decide, at some point, you're going to need to decide what it is that you're going to build, what are the discrete components, and when you're going to build it. And I had hoped that we didn't kick that can down the road tonight, but if that's where we're going, then that's where we're going.
Okay, so let's have a discussion, the direction that we want to give the liaison committee tonight. Let's have a discussion about that. Where do we want it? What items of discussion do we want the liaison committees to discuss here? Let's have a discussion. Who wants to start with that?
Well, I think it's simple. We need to come back after we had our own internal discussions and meetings, get together and sit down and map out what type of financial options are available based on the cash that's available to move forward, and work out the details on that to see what ones are even of options are available, right? And then we can try to come up with one or more potential framework options, agreements that we want to do between the two parties. And we can have a couple of different ones. But it depends on how much cash there is. As you know, in the workshop, I'm just pretending. Obviously, if the city put in 10 cents, The Park District cannot go out and get the full bond for $30 million. We can't. I mean, it's physically impossible. So in the discussion, there are no options. So we just need to find out what options are available once we know how much cash is available. Right? Does that make any sense, or that?
No, that makes some sense to me. Okay, so council, any other comments on that? So we'll have the liaison committee meet again. We'll talk about the financial framework. We'll talk about what Mary had brought up. Again, Mary, you want to reiterate again what you had said? We're getting close to another hour here, so.
Okay, so it would be for the liaison committee to talk about timeframes for how long it will take for the EIR, documents, any other documents that it'll take for whether it's construction, all of those kinds of things, the November 2020 election, what that looks like for timing and phasing if we were going to put a bond on it, then look at the design and document in a two-phase project. Phase one is what we can build with the cash on hand, so whichever with the agencies of what that looks like. And then secondly, the phase two is what we would need for the bond. And if the bond didn't pass, or if the bond passes, then we would bid both phases. If the bond fails, then we would bid whatever the initial phase was. So once again, you'd be able to at least move forward.
Mr. Mayor, I think we have a comment from the architect.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The idea that Mary is telling you I had sent her on her phone, as I see it, fundamentally, when you go for a bond, one of the first things you need to decide is how much money you want to ask for in that bond, because that's going to dictate, as a citizen, how much I'm voting for to increase my taxes. It would be my recommendation that you move forward with a limited design phase. You get the EIR process moving forward, because that is going to be your longest lead time, that 10 to 12 months. Maybe there's maybe the EIR process is sped up and it's only 4 or 5 months, rather than the 10 to 12 months that if you have a full EIR. However, in that time, we can progress the design further. We can refine the cost estimate for the design further, and start to understand ultimately how much money, how much cash the two boards or the two parties intend to put forward, so we can identify how much we're going to ask for in the bond. In that process, we work with a lot of districts, a lot of school districts, a lot of public agencies. You're going to want to do some polling and find out, where is the public overwhelmingly behind this? And in that polling, a lot of times we'll see questions asked, would you be in favor of a $50 a month or a $50 a year assessment on your taxes, a $75 a year assessment on your taxes? And so you can start to get a range. Okay, at $25, it's 85% in support. At $50, it's only 66%. That's right on the border of where you're going to be. And so that I think we need to progress the idea of where does the public stand on this, with some polling information, with somebody who can help us figure that information out. And that can start to shape where you want to set that bond measure versus how much cash the two parties are going to put in, so that you can, but I think to progress that process, and fortunately we do have time in advance of the 2020 election, we can spend some time progressing the design, understanding where the phasing would be should the bond not pass, based upon how much cash is on hand to support that.
So you're recommending that we go forward with the design and we start the EIR process, and then within that framework, we start delineated all of these other issues that we've talked about tonight.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, in furtherance of that, it's becoming clear that the EIR is a critical path item, and determining, how that's going to be paid for and getting that going, I think is really important, and the sooner the better. I mean, we have we have agreement on option D, and fleshing that out and making that into a project description should be one of the first things that we do along with these other things. But we really do need to get going on that because it is a critical path item. If we don't have the EIR, if it is an EIR, if it's not certified, we can't get on the ballot for the project.
So what do we need to do tonight to get the EIR in the
You need to direct your staffs to come back with a recommendation about hiring, an environmental consultant and how it's going to be paid for.
Okay. All right, so do we have discussion on it? Anybody like to make a motion on that? I mean, it seems like that's what we need to be doing at this first step here.
For the city, also move what Mr. Norman said.
Actually, just a point of clarification. I mean, it can go back to the liaison committee for that discussion, especially how it's going to be paid for. That's usually how we've done these things. So we can, excuse me?
I'll withdraw my motion then.
Okay. So let's have the liaison committee come back with a recommendation, and they can make that recommendation to the staff to make a motion. I mean, to make a recommendation to the board who's going to take the lead on this. Typically, what's happened in this project is that the board, the PVRPD board, has taken the lead on either the hiring of the architect or something like that, and the city has entered into a reimbursement agreement for half the cost. Mm-hmm. That can be discussed with the liaison committee. And then we can move forward if that's, the direction we're given.
Okay. Would somebody like to make that motion then, please?
I'll move what Mr. Norman said.
Is there a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion, Mr. Tremblay?
I have a question for Jeremy. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Do you want to come up? You might as well come up here.
At some point, when you say refine the design and understand the phasing of the project, assuming the bond doesn't pass, if I understand, if the environmental document for this project under CEQA turns out to be an EIR, then this is going to be a project EIR. And within that project EIR, we're going to have to discuss phasing. We're going to have to discuss alternatives and an alternatives analysis in order for it to be appropriate to certify in time in order to reach the ballot. We're going to have, and in terms of refining the design, I guess my discomfiture here is that I still think we're kicking the can down the road by not dealing with the phasing issue now. And I think, you know what, I'm going to make that as more of a rhetorical comment than anything else. But if you have any comment with respect to what needs to be put into the EIR, or the city attorney has a comment about what needs to be put into the EIR in order to make it defensible, certifiable and defensible, I'd sure appreciate hearing it.
When we proceed with the EIR, we would be seeking entitlement for the full project. And we can identify phases within our process. So phase one, and then ultimately a phase two, we're going to get CEQA approval for the entire project. Now, there's nothing that says, we can set broad timelines. There's nothing that says, should the bond pass, we build phase one and two immediately. But at least you have the entitlement, the opportunity to do that. What we need to determine, in my mind, what sets phase one versus phase two is an understanding of how much cash is on hand and what the budget will support. And so once we understand how much money, then we can scale phase one to fit that budget, which is, I think, one of the first steps.
But the point is, we're going to have to spend not only money on CEQA, we're going to have to spend money on project, collectively, are going to have to spend money on project design as well.
At least.
Without having addressed the fundamental question that was before us earlier tonight, which I understand we're at impasse on. Would you agree?
You're talking about the money issue.
No, I'm talking about the phasing issue.
The phasing issue.
won't we have to spend additional money on design and figure out
Yes,
as part of the EIR process?
right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree that many things have to happen concurrently here.
I agree.
To move the ball down the road, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But it takes time to be able to get an EIR consultant going on a project. I mean, contracting them, starting them, we're starting to work on the basic project description, all these things.
Right. We'll have to have a project description. We'll have to probably do scoping, and we're going to have to do a certain level of design.
Yes.
In conjunction with doing the EIR work.
Yes.
So that's expensive. Without having addressed the earlier issue, which I'm going to give up on because I don't think we're still at impasse and we have to move forward in some way. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I know that there was a motion. Sorry.
Okay, there is a motion, I believe. Was there a second on that motion?
Yes.
I believe there was. Okay, so I think we need to do a voice vote, please.
Councilmember Molche? Yes. Councilmember Santangelo? Yes. Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tremblay? Yes. Mayor Kildee?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, now I believe the Park District needs to have theirs.
I'll make a motion for whatever Mr. Norman.
Which time?
The last time.
And I'll second it.
That'll withstand appeal, I'm sure.
Director Magner?
Aye.
Director Malloy?
Aye.
Director Mishler?
Aye.
Director Dixon?
Aye.
Chairman Kelly?
Okay, so with that, do we have anything else? Does staff have enough direction at this particular point? Do we? You do?
Liaison.
Going to go back, okay. Yes.
Can I also request that as a council, we're going to talk about how much money we can, we're kicking in?
Yes.
I would agree that both boards need to do that, and the sooner the
Yeah.
better.
I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah,
formally requested.
right.
All right, so with no further business, we are adjourned.